All right, let's get this show started, shall we? How are you all doing? We're here. We're doing things. It's time to have our conversation with Dr. Neuro. I hope you're all excited. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. But yeah, the day is here, and Dr. Neuro is waiting to join, and I'm excited, and I hope you're all here with your learning caps and your discussion caps and just excited to learn, because we're about to learn. But yeah, welcome Pixelated Soul, good to see you. Fish, thanks for lurking. Batch, welcome. Mortate, happy Friday. Standby, good to see you. Welcome. Hasha, thanks for joining. Neuro, good to see you. Everyone have their badge hats on. We have a lot of really good questions to go through as well, so I really hope you're all excited for this. If anyone doesn't know what's going on, basically this is a special stream, as you can tell, but we are getting to sit down with Dr. Neurofourier, or Dr. Neuro for short. And he is a real doctor, if you're wondering. He is a real doctor, but he is the Global Health Advisor to the U.S. Department of State. He also specializes in neurology, epidemiology, and infectious diseases, and he's just an expert, literally an expert in the field and all things pertaining to COVID at the moment. But he's also learning too, but his big thing is to make sure that we all know the facts. You know, he absolutely despises misinformation. So he's here to clarify any concerns, any kind of rumors you might have heard, anything like that pertaining to COVID and the vaccines and the pandemic, just based on the science as we know it. Right? Which is really cool, because sometimes it can be overwhelming just navigating all the news articles out there, all the sensationalism, what should you believe, what shouldn't you believe. Trust me, you can trust Dr. Neuro's word. Like, he will make sure that, one, you understand in a way that people who don't know science or medicine can understand. He's great at explaining things. Secondly, he's also a gamer and a streamer, so he's one of us. If you don't follow him yet, please do on Twitch. I think he's streaming tomorrow morning. Dr. Neuro, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so you all should go hang out with Dr. Neuro, by the way. But he does stream. He occasionally will play games, but he also does discussions on his own channel. But he is a gamer, and he's really awesome, and I'm so excited he's going to sit down with us and chat, because he's a busy guy. He's also a really awesome guy, but he's taken time to make some time for the Snow Army, which is awesome, right? I'm excited. So we have a lot. I'm tongue-tied. We have a lot of great questions lined up. For the past 3 to 4 weeks, we were collecting questions from all of you. We did actually do the first 2 parts, part 1 and part 2 discussions, back in April and May of this year. So if you missed out on those, you should go watch them, rewatch them. Obviously not now, but just to catch up on everything. But today's conversation is just going to be a follow-up, because it's been 4 to 5 months since we last chatted. Some developments have happened, some things have changed. What is the status, right, of COVID right now worldwide? What's the status on the vaccines? What's the status on the pandemic? I'm excited. It's going to be a lot to talk about. So buckle in. Again, put on your learning caps, okay? Because we're all here to learn together. Even Dr. Neuro's constantly learning too. We're all learning and growing together, and we're going to have a great discussion today. Even though we have submitted questions already that we're going to go through, don't hesitate to jump into the conversation in chat. I actually encourage you to. And if you think of a question while we're discussing, ask it. It's okay to interrupt and ask questions while we're chatting. Dr. Neuro's going to watch chat I'm watching chat, and if you say something that I think, we should touch on, I'll bring it up, right? Just like we did last time. So I'm really excited for this, and we don't have a set length for tonight's stream. This is literally gonna be as long as Dr. Neuro wants to go. So Neuro, you just let me know if you want to like wrap things up after X number of hours. Let me know. You can always just like ping me during our first break. We're probably gonna take a break, roughly like a 5-minute break every hour and a half. It'll just be kind of where we can find a quick pause point, just to go, But yeah, you let me know how late you want to go, because I don't know how long these questions are gonna drive us into tonight, but regardless, we got some good stuff. Hey Charns, good to see you. How you doing? Your learning cap is a bit crooked, Mortate, to make room for the headache. Oh no. Well, I do hope that you feel better soon. Waiting for the day when Dr. Neuro tells you to shut the hell up, Batch. You have a migraine, Hotshot. Oh shit, why does everybody got a headache? I'm sorry. Dim your lights. You can turn down the volume of the stream a little. Hi Sleepy, good to see you. Hi Bruno, welcome back. Welcome back. You grabbed the OMG, I have a good question in my head today. Why couldn't I have it earlier hat? Yeah, Sleepy. Don't hesitate to ask when you find a chance. Again, we're gonna read chat, so. Cora, good to see you. How's it going? One of us. Neuro, you're very boring. You're not entertaining like me. Please. Seriously, you all should follow him. He's gonna stream tomorrow. So, if you have like more questions, please go ask. I actually didn't ask Dr. Neuro if that's okay, but if you do have more questions, since I'm not streaming tomorrow, go to Dr. Neuro's stream tomorrow and ask. Hopefully that's okay. I didn't say if that was okay, but I'm just gonna pretend it's okay. But regardless, go say hi to Dr. Neuro, hang out with him tomorrow because I'm not streaming tomorrow. What's up?
Are you talking to him?
Not yet, why?
I have a question.
Well, get in the chat.
Has he seen Shang-Chi?
Oh, actually, Dr. Neuro, I have a question for you.
You are talking to him?
Well, he's in chat, but he's not on video yet. His question is, have you watched Shang-Chi, the Marvel movie?
Yeah.
I was like, I told Diz to get in chat to ask, but he wanted to know if you watched. He says no, but he wants to. Soon. Okay, he just wanted to know. When you do, please DM me. Let me know. Come talk to me. Cause like, as a fellow Asian American, there's a lot in that movie, and I just want to talk to you about it. I've already seen it. It's awesome. It's awesome. Hi Fifi, good to see you. Junior, how's it going? Hello everybody. So good to see you all. Yeah, the status on the COVID variants, we're going to talk about that. We have a lot. So we're about to dive in now. I'm just catching up real quick. Bowser's good to see you. Good evening. Not a 24-hour stream, no. Neuro's brain can only handle so many questions. Wait, can I do this on Chatty? Oh, damn, that's cool. I did it. All right, I gave the VIP badge to Dr. Neuro. Dr. Neuro, you have a fancy badge now. I was like, why haven't I given this to you in the first place? Anyway, after the stream, go see the movie, yeah. Bowser's, you need to watch it too. It's really good. Hey Faye, good to see you. How are you today? And Pixelated, a pretty pink diamond. I hope you're all excited. All right, we're gonna dive in because we got a lot of questions. So I'm gonna switch to my other camera, which is my Logitech C920. It's gonna be lower quality than this camera. This is a straight up mirrorless, like DSLR quality camera. So it's gonna be different, but that's the only way I can make this work. So anyhow, let's see. So I turn off these lights. It's gonna get a little dim in here for a second, and then we're gonna switch to this screen. Oh, what? I didn't go inactive. What the fuck? Okay. Discord, please. All right. Where's my video? How do I do this again? Turn on camera. I don't know how to do things. All right, I'm gonna mute the alerts. All right. Are we here? Are we good?
We're here.
Can you all hear Dr. Neuro? Everybody say hi to Dr. Neuro. Is everybody saying hi? All right.
Hello.
So we're diving into things. Dr. Neuro, go ahead and introduce yourself because there's some people who are probably meeting you for the first time and they don't know who you are or what you do or what you know.
Sure. I'm Dr. Neurofourier. That is just the name I use. I do have a real name. It's not really that. But I am a medical science communicator on Twitch. But when I'm not doing that, which is something I do rarely on occasion, I am an infectious disease basically a global health advisor for both a joint position between the State Department and also the Center for Disease Control, or CDC. So I have a joint position right now between both agencies, where I'm still focusing on a lot of domestic and international, and also just a lot of research and development work out there. So this goes from anything if it's an infectious disease of any kind, I'm probably working on it or have some sort of eyes on it. If it's any clinical research, I typically have some sort of eyes on it too. And a lot of stuff dealing with the vaccines or just in general, like therapeutics, something I keep an eye on as well. So
Sweet. And again, go follow him on Twitch. He's going to stream tomorrow. Everybody go to Dr. Neuro's stream tomorrow.
I'm terrible. No.
I love it. All right. Well, we have a lot of questions to dive in. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at them, Dr. Neuro, but I didn't put them in a super nice order, but I did kind of try to group them together. So we're just going to go through them, and you just go at your leisure with answering. But our first question here, I don't know if you have the stream open. I'm going to pull it up like I did before, but
Sure.
it is from Mortate. Mortate asks, does the Delta variant have any different symptoms to the other COVID-19 strains? Any that can let you know that you've gotten that particular variant? So the first batch of questions is about the Delta variant. So
this is a great question, just because I know a lot of people have been asking with regards to how hospitals and doctors take care of patients if they don't know what the variant is or anything, like, or if there's differences in severity and blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you right now that for any doctor that treats you with COVID is COVID in terms of like a hospital setting. It doesn't matter which variant, strain, et cetera, that you essentially have. How they differ essentially is either they're either more transmissible, if they replicate more, et cetera. All these things kind of play into that factor of what makes a certain variant different compared to another. So in the case here, does it have any different symptoms? No. Does it have more, I guess, like more severe symptoms? It does to an extent compared to the previous variants. And that's about it, really. Like, that's the gist of it, really, is that we know that it's significantly more transmissible. We know that it produces a higher viral load, which is basically like once you get infected, that virus replicates like crazy and initially, and that's something that we don't see in the other variants as well in comparison. And we do know that there is some sort of immune evasion factor, which means that it can somehow bypass a little bit of your defense, but your immune system is actually pretty robust, that for the most part, it's pretty well protected once you get your vaccine, if you can tell from most people who have breakthrough infections. So even if you get vaccinated and let's say you do get infected, the chances of you having to go to a hospital and us having to put a breathing tube down your throat is very, 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 very small. And that's basically means that the vaccine is working.
sweet. We have a follow-up question to that from Batch asking, how much more severe are we talking with the symptoms?
A little bit more. I know that's not a very scientific answer, but it's very hard to quantify because when you look at age stratifications, comorbidities, and all those different factors, those can really impact how we look at it. But we do know to an extent that it is, we have observed and we have seen patients with a little bit more severe symptoms as a result of it. So.
Okay, cool. Very cool. But yeah, that was a great question. We have another question here now from Twining asking, how concerned should we be about the Delta variant if we're vaccinated? What about if we're unvaccinated?
That's a great question. So, with the case of Delta variant right now, if you are vaccinated, you should still be cautious. I don't want to say worried because concerned or worried, but you should definitely be cautious, especially given the fact that there are still many pockets of populations that are unvaccinated or those who refuse to get vaccinated. But in general, like we're still working through a lot of individuals who still haven't gotten the vaccine. And we've seen that a lot of the severe cases of COVID, especially with Delta, are especially much more impacted with the unvaccinated communities. So as such, we know that there is still high risk areas associated with the fact that if you're indoors, that's poorly ventilated, if you're in crowded outdoor situations, I mean, there's all these possibilities here that you got to take into factor. It's something that I was still very much, and I think we talked about it a while back too, Snowy, when CDC first kind of like lifted its mask restrictions. I said, I'm gonna be honest, like, and this still stays the same. Like, I will still hold a mask every time I go outside. Doesn't matter. I will still wash my hands, which we should be doing anyways. And I will still wear a mask regardless indoors. And if I'm traveling for long distances on train and like train, airplane, I definitely will double mask as well, even though I am vaccinated, because again, we just do not want to have that. We're just reducing our chances or risk of getting that breakthrough infection. But again, once again, like it's not the end of the world either. And I want to stress this too. If you do have a breakthrough infection, if you test, and that means if you test positive for COVID, you just need to quarantine like normal. And you would, in this case right here, you would just make sure to monitor your symptoms, make sure it doesn't get severe. And if it does, on a very rare chance, which it has happened, I don't like to sugarcoat things, you would be hospitalized, but it wouldn't be a long period of time either. The death rate for the amount of people who have died after getting COVID, after being vaccinated, is so microscopically low that I just don't think it's something like worth even quoting a statistic. It's like 0.00001% or something like that. So it's astronomically low. And I know a lot of people tend to freak out when you hear a lot of statistics of like, oh, there's these breakthrough infections that are constantly happening, and that's going to inevitably happen when more people are vaccinated. You're going to have a higher population of individuals who are vaccinated, and you're going to have folks who are in areas of high community transmission, because like I said, there's still areas like the Deep South, like Texas, like Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, where the mask restrictions are down, and community transmission is high, that you're going to inevitably have people, even if they're vaccinated, it might happen once or twice. I'm not sure. But now, if you're unvaccinated, you should be very worried. That's not something for me to tell you in terms of that. Like, you should be very concerned about the Delta variant. And I know a lot of people ask me too, but what about my kids? They're about to go to, they're actually already in school right now for a fall season. In the case of school, there is a safe way to open schools, and there are different ways that you can do to ensure that the environment that your kid goes to is safe, ensuring that they are practicing good mask habits, washing their hands, making sure that the school is properly ventilating individual classrooms. If you can buy a portable HEPA filter for each classroom if you want to volunteer. But schools should be updating their ventilation system to a MERV 13 filter or higher, and their staff and everyone should be vaccinated. I believe there should be mandatory vaccination amongst the staff as well, because children right now 12 and below currently do not have the authorization to get the vaccine. So that is a bit of a challenge right now, and until we get them vaccinated, that's something we want to make sure that kids have the safest environment to go back to school for as well.
Your talk about schools actually reminded me of a tweet I saw where somebody who was a teacher asked if they can leave the door open for more ventilation to the classroom, and then
Mhm.
I think they were told no because you have to keep it closed in case there's an active shooter. Or like it's just such a sad situation that's
Yeah.
American schools right now.
Oh, that's terrible. That
Isn't
hurts
it?
my heart. That hurts my heart hearing. Oh,
Mhm.
anyway.
It's just really sad. So actually, we have kind of a follow up here from Mortate. So, as an immunocompromised person, let me add this to the queue and pull it up real quick. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. Why can't they put it at the top? All right. All right. Mortate says, as an immunocompromised person, would you recommend all of the cautionary procedures you just listed for me to do as well? I have
Mhm.
post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome, and my autoimmune system freaks out at even the mild strains. But I also don't want to stop my life and never leave the house again, especially if it isn't going away. I guess I'm asking if there's a happy medium.
Um, so you can still very much, and again, I don't know your living situation or your community, but let's assume worst case scenario, a high community transmission area that you're in. In your case, like you want to make sure to like really make sure, obviously, one that your home is the safest area, making sure that your air filtration and everything is up to par, and then second, making sure that you invest in a portable HEPA air filter. If you can't tell, I've been working all day, so I'm a little tired. But making sure you get one for areas of high, air like you know, oh, what's the word? You can tell I really am tired because I'm like
Air
losing words.
circulation, maybe?
Air
Or,
circulation or traffic, yeah,
yeah,
that's
okay.
like area where you go through a lot. But also, in the case right here, you are now eligible for a booster shot, and I would highly recommend, especially if you are, and I believe in your case, you are definitely eligible for a booster shot. Please take that booster shot if you have that available to you. It's very critical for the immunocompromised population to get that because essentially in this case right here, we have seen that many of the, and I'm just going to shorthand it, IC, just because I don't want to say it over and over again, but the IC community typically has like, lower antibody response and they're not as well protected in comparison to others. So getting that booster shot will ensure that you have some level of protection. If you do go out, like in your case right here, I would always venture to say double mask as much as possible. Get as many, make sure that anytime you go like grocery shopping or if you're going to go out and about in a public area, be very wary and conscientious of your surrounding to make sure that you're not in traffic areas. You're not in indoor spaces for too long. There are all different kind of precautions, and also making sure that your household is vaccinated too. If you have a spouse or a partner, if you have other folks, obviously not including kids, but making sure that they're vaccinated. It's not just even about protecting them, but making sure that they protect you. So those are all different little measures that we can do right there.
That's a great response. I think it's a good question, even if you're not immunocompromised. Just kind of it applies to, I feel like, what you can do in general just to try to help the entire pandemic, right? To bring it to an end, hopefully. So, Morte does have a follow up answer. At a high risk area due to an unvaccinated population, my living situation is fortunately well circulated and has no visitors and are all vaccinated. The booster has just become available in my area, so I will make sure to get that before winter time.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Awesome. I have to scroll all the way down on my thing. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Very good. Also, hello to everybody joining, by the way. Somebody did ask if we're still accepting questions. Dr. Neuro's watching chat. I'm watching chat. Yes. While we're talking, if you think of something, ask. Ask. Just go. There are no dumb questions, right? We're learning together, especially if you're in the interest of trying to find out the real facts. Like, there's no dumb questions. So please ask.
Please do.
Yeah. And all right, moving on then. We have a bunch of really good questions here. Twining Vines also asked, Do you think, in your personal opinion, that it's a good or bad idea not to impose lockdowns again if the Delta variant increases in severity? Is there a risk that the Delta variant could mutate and create a new variant due to the amount of people refusing to get vaccinated, which is a different group than those who are unable to get vaccinated or still don't have access to the vaccine?
So, Tiny, I thank you again for differentiating that, because when we talk about unvaccinated, it's important that we establish the different groupings of unvaccinated people, because there's a lot of folks in that, there's a lot of stratifications in that group, right? And I think it's important that we talk about those who truly are hesitant, those who have true contraindications or complications involved with vaccinations. And just in general, those who are kind of on the edge and everything about deciding whether they want to or not. And it's our best interest to make sure that we leave an open door and space for anyone who is still concerned to get the vaccine. That being said, so this is a great question, because I did have a thread on Twitter about this a few weeks ago, actually a few days ago, because people were concerned about the mu variant that's been circulating. So regards to lockdowns, I'll get back to the mu variant. So regards to lockdowns, I don't think it's wise to really impose a lockdown. However, if a situation gets so bad that hospitals are absolutely overfilled with COVID ICU patients, and there's no availability of vaccines, or if there's very low uptake, and if there is other kind of issues, a lockdown unfortunately would be the best situation at hand. But unfortunately, it doesn't address the core issues, which is even if you open things back up again once a lockdown happens, you still haven't addressed the core issue of vaccination uptake and mask mandates and such. So, and I think I expressed this in the last stream that we talked about. I'm not a fan of lockdowns. I don't think they're effective measures. I think that they're absolutely the last measure you should take. We have so many wonderful tools out there right now. And I say tools, I mean masking, distancing, washing hands, or vaccinations that are free to the American public, or any other developed country right now. That's readily available to you. You can have all of these and still go on about your life and not have to worry about lockdowns. That's always been my plea, that we don't ever get to that point of lockdown. So I am still very much against lockdowns, but purely for the purposes of the sake that it doesn't fix the core problems of high community transmission. It's basically a Band-Aid solution. Now, could it mutate? The Delta variant mutate and create a new variant? There's been speculation already, and I talked to Mark Lipstitch and a couple of other people who just started a new CDC genomic surveillance analysis group. It's a really cool nerdy data group in there, and they released a paper about this recently. We had a chat about it. There's speculations that the Delta variant could mutate further down the line if it's uninhibited, and that it's possible that we might see something down the line where it might become more transmissible than it already is. It's kind of hard to imagine, but we never thought we would get to Delta, but it might be possible here. But so I don't know if that's going to happen. Mutations, unfortunately, are random. It's not like the virus decides one day that Snowy's avoiding me, so I'm going to mutate and do this now. I'm going to find ways to get to her. It's very random. Mutations just happen. Sometimes they benefit the virus. Sometimes they actually are detrimental to the virus. It's just completely random. Because the mechanics of mutations in viruses are very much just errors of that enzyme that basically replicates it. So if there is an error that comes in that happens to make it more virulent or more transmissible, then great to the virus. But sometimes it doesn't do that. And more mutations doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a worse virus either, which is something that people were concerned about with the mu variant. The thing I always like to remind people is that the Delta variant actually has less key mutations compared to beta and alpha. And it still outcompeted those two. It whooped its ass. Like you don't hear anything about alpha or beta anymore. It's only Delta variant, and it's already outcompeting the Mu variant in Colombia, which was the predominant variant there. So when people try to tell me like, oh, it's this because of this, and then this is the reason why, I'm like, no, like nature still has a bit of like chaotic nature to it. It's gonna do its thing. There's no real like way that we can like predict it to a certainty. But obviously like our goal is that we definitely don't want to leave it uninhibited, right? We want to make sure to vaccinate as many people as possible. We want to make sure that we get as many people like masked up as possible until we get things under control. So
Thank you. That was awesome. This is actually related to lockdowns. We had a follow-up question here from Sleepy asking, I have a lockdown and neurology-related question. Has there been any study done on the effects on the brain to be in a lockdown situation over a long term? I have read about psychological issues about the lockdown, but I wonder how the brain could have been affected by this level of isolation and stress.
So there's no actual like physical. We haven't seen any actual study with regards to physical manifestations of like issues of lockdowns. But there's definitely psychological stressors that do get involved with like lockdowns. Obviously, higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety, and also like reintegration stressors, right? Because a lot of people who have gone in lockdown or have been like, even like for those who haven't been in lockdown, for those of us who have been in pandemic, like if you like hung out with your friends for the first time after getting vaccinated, I can guarantee you most of you are like, do I hug you or what do we do with this? Like it's this weird dance. And I think that's always been that thing. But to answer your question from a neurological standpoint, there hasn't been many studies and there hasn't been any pressing reason to like believe that there has been actual neurological issues that we would need to actually like, do biopsies or actually do scans of individuals with it. So there's not really been an appetite, but we definitely have done a lot of psychological study, which is very much a different field on its own. So cognitive psych studies with regards to people who have been under lockdown, who have been in quarantine for long periods of time. And obviously that's one of the many things I am concerned about too, like considerable times of lockdowns, is that people get a little stir crazy. And I don't like using that word, but it's, that's kind of the best way to describe it, is when you're sitting in there for a while, you're like, oh God. But, people still are able to communicate with others. They can still FaceTime and chat. And obviously, if you compare that to like someone who's in, jail, who are living in solitary, it's a very different story. So I don't think you can compare apples to apples here, but hopefully that answers your question.
That makes me wonder then, is it an issue of there hasn't been enough time for such studies to happen on actual impacts on the brain itself? Is that a time thing?
It's more of a surveillance thing. Like we haven't observed anything where, neurology consults, because, the thing is that like we have been very, very vigilant about observing, reporting systems, making sure that if there is a higher spike rates in like neurology consults, or if there is more consults in certain areas based on quarantine areas or like lockdowns of any kind, there just has not been enough data to support the need for any sort of like in-depth study for neurological conditions. I have not seen any data, but of course, like that could change down the line. Who knows? But I think for now, it's safe to say that I don't think we need to actually worry or stress about actual like neurological decline of any sort.
Okay. Thank you. We have a couple questions here just from chat, so I'm going to go ahead and feed these in here before we get too far. We have a question here from Thay in Twilight asking, I am vaccinated, but no booster yet, and wish to travel by car in the United States to visit friends. If I take all the precautions when I'm not on the road, in your professional opinion, am I putting myself and more importantly others at less of a risk by traveling by car versus plane or train? or public transit?
That's a good question. It's hard to say because the thing is I don't know like where you're traveling, how often are you going to be stopping by or doing anything. But I don't imagine like traveling by car. Actually, I believe is definitely the safest out of all the public transportation. You're not, you can have your windows open, especially at this time of year. It's gorgeous, at least from the East Coast side, and you can certainly like obviously like if your friends are vaccinated and you're vaccinated, your chances are still very safe. And obviously you traveling along and unless if you plan on like literally like jumping into a caravan of people every time you get a chance, I don't think you'll be putting you or your friends at any risk at that juncture. So I think that that's pretty much still safe. If you are still concerned, like if you are like absolutely like I need to know something's wrong, or if you do feel like, oh God, I have a cough or something, or I have a sneeze, it's my recommendation always to everyone, like every household here should purchase a rapid antigen test kits. They're available at CVS, they're available at Walgreens and all your pharmacies. They're fantastic tools for you to have, and you can test it like if you ever feel like after a few days of you feel like you've been exposed to someone who has COVID, to make sure that you're not symptomatic with COVID. And that could definitely like significantly tell you like, oh, should I be visiting people or should I be doing anything? So it's definitely something I would look into. But to long short answer to your question, it's fine. You're safe. Just as long as you take the precautions, you're all vaccinated, you should be good to go.
So this is, I guess, a follow-up to that. Red just asked, are there specific brands of rapid tests that are more reliable than others?
They're all pretty decent. I would go for any of the ones that have it. They should be only the ones that have FDA like EUA. So you can actually look into the FDA website and you can see all the list of ones. If you ever need to, let me give you guys the link of a website that you can go purchase good masks and rapid test kits. All of those in there. The one I just put into chat is highly recommended. They're all vetted by experts. This is a nonprofit group that literally goes in there and makes sure that all the KN95s, all the different masks, all the rapid test kits are genuine and that they are authorized distributors. Please if you can, go through that. Don't buy through Amazon because there's a lot of counterfeits that are out there. So Project N95, fantastic website. Everyone should have this bookmarked as a resource.
I love that. I didn't even know about it, so I'm going to bookmark that right away. Awesome. And then we have another question from chat here from Valzers. Valzers asked, so here in the UK, festivals and concerts are opening up again, and I'm going to one such concert next week. Is there any precautions I should take apart from wearing a mask and using hand sanitizer? I'm excited to go, but obviously want to stay safe doing so.
So yeah, and I actually use this as a perfect example when we look at something like Lollapalooza, which was a big music festival that happened a few weeks ago, versus Sturgis, which was a super spreader event last year and ended up being a super spreader event this year. And in one, they both represent cases, a scenario of what happens when you have a large outdoor gathering and what could go wrong and what could go right. Lollapalooza mandated vaccines and highly basically enforced masking, even though not everyone was, but it was pretty much like, hey, you should have a mask on in that situation. And what came out of it, I think they only had like 200 something, like thousands of participants who got breakthrough infections or had infections, which is fantastic. Now, you look at Sturgis, which is very anti-vax group, very anti-science. They basically are your very classic, like, hell with science group. Not all of them, by the way, but it's just like they pretty much like are the group that you would expect. And didn't have any masking, didn't have any vaccination requirements. It was a huge gathering. Everyone was clustered together, indoor spaces, outdoor spaces, and like the whole state blew up in cases. after that. I think it was like a good 325% increase of cases. Not great. So in your situation, if you're going outdoors, make sure evaluate the venue, make sure that they are either requiring or if they're encouraging vaccinations, if they're encouraging or mandating masks as well. So those two can factor into your risk factor. If you are, let's say, in a situation like Sturgis, like you're going to a concert where there's none of those mandates or requirements, definitely double mask if you're going to go out and about, because especially since it's hard to know when you're going to be in a crowded area or if you're going to be in a sparsely populated area, right? You can't predict that. So I would try to make sure to protect yourself as much as possible in that situation, and keep that in mind when you're walking around.
Got it. And Val just wanted to add that he's fully vaccinated. It's a requirement to prove vaccination upon entry.
Okay, then I say you're fine. I mean, I would still mask. Definitely still mask. I don't think you would need to double mask, but just mask up still, and just make sure you're staying safe. And if you happen to accidentally get into a mosh pit and you're moshing with people, just be like, wait, this is too many people. I might need to remove myself from it. Just like I said, try to avoid larger crowds for now, but I think you should be okay.
Awesome. We have another chat question. Lots of nice chat Q&A. I'm loving the engagement. Junior is asking here, with the various strains and changes the virus has been showing, I'm curious if this will become similar to the seasonal flu once under more control, something that will peak each year at certain points in the year. How likely is this going forward?
I don't think it's going to be. I actually don't think, based on the mutation rate of the beta coronaviruses, which is the family of SARS-CoV-2 that it falls under. They have a specific type of mutation called Antigenic Shift, and that type of mutation, it's actually a pretty slow mutation, really, which tells you as to why it's actually daunting, given the fact that how many people are unvaccinated, and we're seeing a lot of these mutations happening. So I guess it depends on several things, right? Like how many people can we really get vaccinated by the end of the year, or maybe even middle of the next year, and reevaluating from that. If we don't get it under control, so let's assume worst case scenario, if we don't get it under control and we still have a good chunk of the population of the world still unvaccinated, it's possible we might see every year or two, maybe a little bit more, maybe having to get a booster. But I will say one of the great things about the vaccines we're developing is that they are made for multiple types of they're basically made so that it's a wider umbrella to capture a lot of the mutations. And so it would take a significant amount of mutations, and I'm being very, and this is something I actually did in a speech recently at CDC. It would take an astronomical amount of mutations for a variant to completely 100% bypass our vaccine. If anyone tells you different, absolutely not true. It's false information. It takes a lot to completely bypass our immune system. So I think having boosters, probably, let's say if we do get boosters aligned with this next coming iteration, we might be good to go for a longer period of time. And I just don't know exactly. I don't think it'll be something like a yearly thing. It might be every 5 years, maybe every 10 years. We'll see.
So just to reiterate, in case anybody missed what was just said, to confirm, the current vaccines are still very, 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 very effective.
Yes.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
And anyone who tells you otherwise is spreading misinformation.
And it's actually one of the common talking points with every news media outlet every time they find a new variant. And I roll my eyes because someone, not the people, but the media, because someone will run up to me and they're like, did you read about this new variant, this snowy variant? I heard she can bypass the immune system. And I'm like, okay, so all variants can do that to an extent. They would kind of suck if they can't do that, right? They wouldn't be good variants if they can't bypass it to some extent. So just wait and see what this consensus is, and you can actually observe real live data where you could see like as they're doing surveillance in countries where certain variants will outcompete one another. And it's funny because like you'll never ever see a point where especially now these days, like because Mu didn't even outcompete Delta's squashing it. Like Mu came in, said I bought a new dress, I look cute, and Delta came in and was like, nah, you're nothing. So it doesn't matter. Like Delta is still pretty much the queen bee right now. It'll take a while before something happens where it might outcompete Delta. But like I said, I don't think anyone has a crystal ball. So, but I don't think from a purely biological perspective, it's going to take a lot to happen before it completely like makes our vaccines ineffective.
Got it. I love the analogy you gave. That was so good. Oh, I love it. Thank you all for asking awesome questions, by the way. Definitely continue to contribute to the conversation. Keep asking. We are reading chat, and Dr. Neuro is loving your comments as well. All right, we go back to our list of questions here. We have our next one from Mortate and from Ooze 2400 saying, the third booster shot just got approved for certain groups of people. Would you personally recommend a third booster shot to those who need it, or in general? The question from Ooze was, due to new COVID variants, will there be a new vaccine or vaccine variation needed, or be preferable for a third shot?
This is a good question because I know a lot of people had questions on boosters. So I don't think we need, this is my professional opinion, I don't really think we need booster shots for a healthy individual. That being a healthy individual in a non-high-risk setting. So what does that mean? So if like an example like me or other groups who work in patients and things like that, absolutely, I think we should be looking into probably getting a booster. And also like those who are elderly, those who are immunocompromised, those who got J&J shot, actually. I do think that all of those groups should be considered for getting a booster shot. But that being said, I think eligibility, and I mean that in a sense of like, it should be open for anyone, really. Like if you want to get a booster shot, you should have access to it. If you have access to it and you do feel like, and you're at that 8-month period and you do feel like, hey, you know what, I want to consider getting it. It won't hurt you. It's not going to be a big deal if you get it. It's not like, you're going to turn into a goat the next day, or you're going to, you're going to get super sick or anything. It's okay, like, to get the booster shot. So by all means, if it's available, take it, and don't feel like you're ashamed about taking it either. A lot of people a lot of people on the internet especially are like to guilt everyone, saying like, well, getting your booster shot is going to take it away from, someone from Zimbabwe. And I'm like, so those are two very completely different issues, two different supplies. If it's available to you, don't feel guilty, take it. And if you are eligible, take it. If you are, like I said, a healthy adult, if you're like, let's say like the ideal situation, you don't have children, you're a healthy adult, you're working at home 99% of the time, you get your food delivered, groceries delivered, and you're not having to go out as much. You go out maybe like once every week or so to run errands. I'd say you'd be okay to like hold off for a little bit to get the booster shot. I don't think we need it. It would be critical. However, like I said, if you're like, hey, I'm bored one day, let me go get a booster shot, like, I'm not going to discourage you. I would certainly not discourage you from it. So, but in terms of like needing it, I think that word has a huge implication to it. I don't think for a lot of the healthy population we need it, but I know some of my colleagues, there's been a very contentious argument in the community of immunologists and vaccinologists about it. So I think in general, like, take it if you have an option, but don't feel stressed if you are certainly in a very safe, secure setting for the most part from that factor.
I want to make sure I didn't mishear earlier. Did you say if you took the Johnson & Johnson shot, you should get the booster? So can you clarify why compared to somebody who got Moderna or Pfizer?
That's actually, I'm glad that you caught that because I was going to get to that and then I lost my train of thought. So the reason why I say for Johnson & Johnson is just because we have seen clinical efficacy data where it is a little bit lower in comparison to the Pfizer and Moderna mRNA vaccines. And so as a result, and we did a study in South Africa recently, which showed actually it did still prevent a lot of hospitalizations and death. Like I think 70% or so was like, in terms of prevention of infection. But in this case right here, it's enough of a point that I'm like, okay, so we should probably start thinking about integrating Johnson & Johnson folks to get boosters when they have it available to them. So in 8 months, if you got Johnson & Johnson, I highly recommend you get a booster. And that booster can be either another Johnson & Johnson shot, or it could be an mRNA shot. There are studies that are being done on both. But until we have more data on it, which we don't have just enough yet, we just can't make that guidance formal yet. So it is something that's kind of on flimsy ground at this point. Some cities I know have been kind of doing their own thing. Like I know San Francisco has been offering booster shots to anyone, I guess, regardless if you had a previous primer shot. And I don't necessarily agree with that approach, but it is what it is. So
we have some questions here from Batch and Ink. You kind of touched on it in your answer just now, but if you had the Johnson & Johnson shot, should you still be sticking with that brand, or can you switch to one of the mRNA vaccines?
Yeah, so the only reason why I say that it's possible for you to get the mRNA, that's a different technology. So the J&J is the same technology that's used for the AstraZeneca vaccine that's being used in a lot of the other countries. They're called adenovirus technology. It basically uses a Trojan horse virus that's basically dead for the most part to deliver the vaccine to you. Now, we have seen a lot of great data showing safety for the AstraZeneca with mRNA vaccine. And a lot of Canadian citizens actually had that option to get the mRNA vaccine after getting their first AstraZeneca shot. And, most of them are fine. And so that's where a lot of where our kind of analysis is coming into play is okay, well, so it uses the same technology. It's a very good educated guess for us to think that. And we're doing clinical trials. We're not just, waving our hands, but we are doing clinical trials to evaluate safety between the two for that. That being said, Johnson & Johnson already is kicked off their own clinical trial to provide a second Johnson & Johnson shot. So it might be that it depends on who beats to the, end line first. It might be that Johnson & Johnson gets their package through to the FDA and CDC and says, okay, so at those who got Johnson & Johnson, get your second Johnson & Johnson shot. For now, for mRNA vaccines, one of the guidance that we have stated to everyone is that you can mix and match the brands of Pfizer and Moderna. Not a big deal. However, we encourage that you stick with the same brand. So if you don't have let's say if you're in an area where it's only Moderna is accessible and you have Pfizer, not the end of the world. In fact, it's totally fine for the most part if you get that Moderna as your second or your booster shot.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because I think Inkheart might have gotten confused. If you're getting a booster for the Johnson & Johnson, should you be getting Wait, no. Hold on. That's the next line. Sorry. If you switch to an mRNA shot, would you need to do both, or would one be sufficient?
One should be sufficient. Okay. One should be sufficient.
Because it's a booster shot, correct? So
yeah, it's just another shot. It's not you don't have to complete the full 2-dose series again. Because you already got your quote-unquote first shot technically for the first one. So
got it. Where was it? We actually had a question follow-up from what Ooze was asking. Mm-hmm. Will a booster or first COVID vaccination somehow interfere with your regular flu shot that's coming up for a lot of people?
That's a great question. So our recommendation is that you at least spread it out. Don't take it all on the same day, and don't try to He-Man your way into it, being like, I can take it one right here and the other right there. They won't do it, and it's not recommended just based on the fact that it's just not something we would recommend. So we'll typically say get the COVID first, or if you get the flu, it's not a big deal. Wait a few days before getting your COVID shot. So there's some timing. There's some timing in between both of them that you want to incorporate, but you can still get both of them. In fact, I encourage everyone, especially this season, to get the flu shot. I know there's a question coming up about the flu shot in there, but definitely to get the flu shot as well.
Awesome. I'm still got a few chat Q&As, so we're going to go through those. So Fifi asked earlier, "Hi, Dr. Neuro. I have GBS syndrome and was just discharged from the hospital. What is your take on when and should I get vaccinated? Also, I used to work in childcare. Is it too risky to go back into the industry? Can you get it again? By the way, I'm in New Zealand in full lockdown."
So GBS, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, it depends on how that manifested, but I think it's like 99.999% sure you can still get the vaccine, unless if that GBS manifested through your first shot. Let's say if that happened because you got your first dose of a vaccine, it might be something you would probably definitely talk with your primary care practitioner or your doctor with regards to it, making sure that the getting a second shot is recommended. I can't clinically tell you that here on Twitch, obviously. But we definitely do know that there have been some cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome for some patients who did get the mRNA vaccines. So it's there, but I don't think for the most part, like, you're going to have to worry about getting either your vaccination in general. If you did have GBS, let's say from a different reason, it's still fine to get the vaccination. There's a very, very few list, and I mean very small list of issues or contraindications for whether if you should get the vaccine or not. You can definitely talk, like I said, always talk to your doctor, always like confer with them, make sure that like, hey, is there something I need to worry about down the line, whether if I should get the vaccine or not. So I personally don't think it's an issue. And then in terms of your question about getting childcare, is it too risky to go back into the industry? I don't know. I mean, like, childcare might be a tricky situation, just given the fact that a lot of them have not been vaccinated yet. So it's a risky situation for that purpose. Also, like, you yourself will be putting them at risk. So I don't know if I could say at this point whether if it's a certainly higher risk to you or not. I would definitely say evaluate based on your availability. If you can get vaccinated, certainly, I would say go back into it and make sure you do the necessary precaution. If you do decide to go back without that, you definitely would need to take additional safety measures and lower your risk situations such as double masking and things like that. So it's a very tough question to really put yourself in, because it's hard to determine, like, I guess, like, the course of your GBS from that perspective.
Thank you for that. Lots of love to you, Fifi, by the way. So then we have another question here from Codex Reaper asking, "Speaking earlier of masks, I did have a question. When I've heard arguments over mask effectiveness, it's largely been concerned with the type of mask. For example, most people I know that have questioned store-bought masks have also readily agreed that N95s are very effective. Can you speak into that side of masking effectiveness? Details that you've often seen overlooked or understated? I found it difficult to confidently understand the data on this."
Yeah, this is a very hot topic, just because of one, it wasn't until, like, I guess, like a few months ago that we really kind of like formalized the way that COVID transmitted, or the SARS-CoV-2 virus transmitted. So that kind of played into effect of like a lot of the confusion aspect. But I can tell you right now that one, double masking is still by far one of the safest options you can go with if you don't have access to an N95. So double masking with a cloth mask and a surgical mask, or if you have a KN95, they're all there. And like I said, that Project N95 page I posted earlier, I don't know if I can post it all again. If you are concerned about the validity or issues with the quality of a mask you're buying, especially surgical mask or things like that, please use that website, because everything in there is literally direct source, and there literally is a team there to check every single quality assurance stage, and that they're making sure that you're not getting some counterfeit crap that's out there. I don't think obviously CVS or Walgreens is selling something like that, but it's always something you got to think about. Also, with regards to cloth masks as well, I think a lot of people tend to fall for gimmicky things for a lot of marketing, and they'll buy things with like large respirator tubes, and we don't recommend that. It's literally like just get the simplest like 2-layer cloth mask that you can find. Have fun with it. You literally can go to there's a lot of cute stores out there that have like cute designs. Like you can go there, buy yourself a mask, and do that with a surgical mask underneath. And surgical masks are still, for the most part, still plentiful, thank God. And I think you should be fine. The data so far has been very much consistent, I feel, for the effectiveness. There was a huge randomized control trial that was done in Bangladesh recently that showed, and they basically spread a masking village with a non-masking village, and it showed that the village that mandated masking procedures significantly decreased their community transmission. It was a fantastic study, and people were like, "Oh my God, this is finally like an example situation where we had a control study where we showed the effectiveness of masks. Not that we needed it to, but masks do work. They have certainly shown great effectiveness. Now, quality is always going to be an issue, but if you have issues with quality, like I said, Project N95 has a lot of everything that's validated and vetted. And for clothing masks or anything like that, you could definitely, like I said, you could buy most of them on Amazon. You can buy the cloth masks on Amazon. Those are for the most part fine because it's just cloth masks, cotton masks, and things like that. But I wouldn't stress too much about that beyond there.
Awesome. Thank you. We have one other viewer question here before we go back to the submitted list. This is from LRAX18. Could you talk about any correlations between the mRNA vaccines and women's health? I'm not sure if there's any causation going on, but I have heard anecdotally from friends who mentioned that they have noticed changes in their periods, etc. Any information would be great. And I'm just going to chip in for me as a woman. I had the Mrna vaccine. I got both shots back in April, May. No issues with my women's health. I mean, everything's been fine. Granted, I'm on birth control, so I don't know if that affects it. But regardless, I haven't noticed any issues. So that's just to throw into the anecdote pool. But go ahead, Dr. Neuro.
No, that's fine. Yeah. And I think that we have, so from a general side effect standpoint, there has been noted cases of heavier flow for women in their periods after receiving mRNA vaccines. But it's nothing permanent. It usually resolves itself after a week or two, maybe even less for those who did receive it. I have a lot of wonderful, like very renowned OBGYN and gynecological friends that are on Twitter who, Dr. Jen Gunter, for example, she's done amazing things. She actually just bought her book recently. She just did I think it's called the Menopause Diary. But she's basically been out here also along with me combating misinformation regarding it. There is no issue with women's sterility. There is no issue with reproductive health. In terms of like periods and things like that. There, even like worst case scenario we have observed is heavier flow for some time, but nothing to the point where it has detrimentally affected any women's health. So anything beyond that, if you hear anything where like someone anecdotally telling you that they're I don't know, having a longer period than usual for like more than like months on end, either are probably a very abnormal situation or they might have some underlying issues that might be caused from it. So, or we can't really determine, but there's been anything monitored so far that would indicate any complications with women's health right now with the mRNA vaccines.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. We had other people chipping in too, speaking as people who got the vaccine. So cool. Awesome. Thank you all for asking these really awesome questions. You're all amazing. So, are you still good, Dr. Neuro? Do you need a break or anything? You're good?
I'm
Okay.
good.
Sweet.
We're on a
Thank you.
roll.
Yeah, this has been good. I've been really learning a lot today, as always. So we have another question here. It's kind of a combination I put together from Mortate and Ooze, saying, I've seen some articles indicating that the flu shot will help protect against some COVID-19 symptoms. Admittedly, I haven't read hardly anything about this besides the titles. With or without that, is it all right or safe to get the flu shot in addition to having gotten the COVID vaccine? And then, of course, Ooze kind of had this follow up, but how, if at all, will the autumn flu vaccination be affected or different than usual due to the vaccines?
Yeah, that's a great question because this is the first year we're kind of running in blind with the flu. And this, I say great with like a very heavy like caveat, like of last year when everyone was isolating, everyone was masking, and we didn't have a vaccine, was that the flu season was basically non-existent. Like there was like it was like the lowest we have ever seen historically in flu cases. So that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, right? Because in the sense of like we're not able to really develop or at least like put out a vaccine, because every year it's really essentially kind of like a guessing game where we put out a vaccine where we're like, okay, we're 70 to 60 to 70% sure that it's this strain of the flu that's going to be circulating in a while. So here's the vaccine that's out there. And since we didn't have any last year, we're kind of flying in the dark for that situation. That being said, though, the flu vaccine is actually really good because it still encompasses a good chunk of the strains, and so you should definitely get it. And remember that the flu virus is very different from the coronavirus. That they're two different viruses. So even though, let's say, the flu vaccine might protect you on some of the symptoms, that's not addressing the core issue, which is the virus itself that's causing that symptom. So you should definitely get both vaccines if you have the chance or availability. I will personally be getting the flu vaccine in October. I usually time it in this case till October timeframe, but you can certainly get that now if you want to. Now, if you have access to it now, get the flu vaccine. And also get your COVID vaccine as well. If you've already been vaccinated, you should be okay. If you're worried about boosters, I don't think in general we might see a booster for general public until like I think September 20th, or maybe later. I'm not sure because there's still discussions going on. Something to think about as well.
Awesome. Thank you. So let's see. Just reading chat. So awesome. I mean, we even have a great comment here from Alice. Alice's son didn't even get the common cold once last winter. Not once, and he usually has it once a month. Like, can you comment on like how we've seen pretty much a decrease in the flu last winter because of COVID, right? Do you think the same thing's going to happen this year?
Unfortunately, no, because this year we're moving a lot of places because of the fact that we're moving towards like a hybrid environment. People are vaccinated. People are finally starting to travel again. Schools are basically back at full speed. I don't think we're going to see a same situation like last year, because keep in mind, last year when we were still going through, we didn't have a vaccine for the general public. We didn't have a vaccine for the general public. We didn't understand the virus. We didn't even have an understanding of how it transmitted. We had a general understanding. I mean, remember back then when everyone was like literally taking Lysol wipes to their Amazon packages because they were so concerned about contact transmission. And we found out at the end that, fomite or surfaces was basically a moot point. So you could still hold onto a package if a person did have COVID, and you can take it from them and not worry about it. But, but that's just like because it's a novel virus. We're still investigating, and we're still investigating it now. It's still a lot of things we're learning about it. And I think in this case here for this year, I truly do believe that we're going to see a spike in colds. We're going to see a spike in flu cases. We might see co-infections of flu and COVID as well. And That's just because right now, keep in mind, there's a good chunk of the population, which is 12 and below, who still have yet to get their vaccine. And those are the big vulnerable groups that we're not thinking about when we go into this next season.
Thank you for that. All right, cool. Moving into our next question here. Yeah, everybody's reminiscing about wiping down everything. I was doing the same thing too. Remember when you couldn't even find wipes?
Yeah.
I know. So different now. Next question here is also from Ooze. Regarding the combination of different COVID vaccines for first and second and third shots, is there a reliable scientific view on what's the best combination? Asking because I sometimes get the impression that the government in Germany/EU, the information in that regard seems a bit influenced by what's available, what vaccines are available.
It is a little bit. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It is sometimes influenced by supply availability. It's actually a good example of what happened to Canada, where they basically didn't have enough supply of AstraZeneca. So basically, because once they got their doses of Pfizer, the Canadian government and their Ministry of Health were basically like, okay, if you got the AstraZeneca, because we've seen studies and we've seen data supporting it, get a Pfizer shot as your second shot. Now, the ideal situation is to stick with the same technology as much as possible. So if you got an mRNA vaccine, stick with the mRNA series as much as you can. If you got the adenovirus, AstraZeneca or J&J, stick with that as much as possible as you can. But given in some cases, if you're in a country or in a situation where that is not truly available to you, or if you don't have the benefit of supplies available to you, you might. I wouldn't discourage the fact that getting another technology will ruin, I guess, your immune system or anything like that. We have seen lots of safety study and a lot of clinical study. I have yet to see anything where mixing and matching those have produced a significant adverse event in relation to those. So I'm not worried about that.
Awesome. Very, very good. Everybody's talking about the toilet paper. I admit I kind of fed into that because I bought an extra pack when I found it, when I didn't need it. So I kind of didn't help that situation last year. I'm guilty.
It's okay. I won't say anything unless if you do. No.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Diz has a question. Hold on a second. Let me add that to the list. Another viewer question here. So Diz is asking, I have a question. For someone who is fully vaccinated and planning on getting the booster when it's available, how worried in the world should we be about new variants?
We shouldn't. For now, we should be okay. I think there's always something we need to be concerned about with new variants coming out. But right now, based on the current epidemiological data, based on what we've seen in the mutations, based on what we're seeing in the genomic diversity of it, I don't think we need to stress too much about when new variants come out, even though newspapers and everything would like to sensationalize and tell you that, oh God, and I'm going to use you again, Snowy, Snowlit. It's the Snowlit variant. She's out and about in force and she's breaking down doors and, stealing your kids. It's not going to come to a situation where a new variant will 100% bypass your vaccine. And I always encourage that message being sent by, for everyone. So just stick with that fact for the most part. I don't think you need to worry if you're fully vaccinated. That being said, now the other side of the coin, we do need to think about, though, that there is a possibility that the Delta variant or the lineage or its predecessors might result in something that might be more transmissible. It's a possibility. There's always a possibility. I'm not saying 100%. If anyone tells you something is 100% certainty in virology or infectious disease, they should be fired and their degree should be taken away. There's no such thing as that. There's always a slight percentage off or certainty factor with it. So there is always going to be a chance, but getting there will take a lot of effort on its part. And that's assuming literally if the whole world just says, you know what? No more vaccines. We're done. Let's just go on about our lives. We're good. and let the virus run rampant. I think that's a different situation.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes to the earlier discussion we had about how it would take just an astronomical number for the variants to bypass our vaccine, right? Like, it would be, our vaccines are still highly effective. We're going to reiterate
Yes.
that point, right?
Still highly effective. Still highly effective. Kaiser Family Foundation actually released a beautiful report like a few weeks ago showing the amount of actual breakthrough infections. Nothing ever went above like the single digits ever for every state. And I think not many states even went above like 2 to 3% of people who had breakthrough infections. And keep in mind, breakthrough infections does not necessarily mean landing in a hospital, for example. So that number is even lower. And then those that result in death, even lower. So, and that's the point of vaccines, really. And this is something that I think gets lost in the messaging about vaccines, is that it's there to protect you from having to be hospitalized. It's there to protect you from dying. It's there to protect you just in case if you do get hospitalized, that the course of the virus is not as long as it would take if you were unvaccinated. Like, there's a lot that it does that it makes sure that your immune system is armed and ready to go for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading somewhere that right now the overwhelming majority of people who are hospitalized currently due to COVID are unvaccinated. They never got the vaccine, right? So again, that just reiterates that point where our vaccines are highly effective, like even if you do get it, chances are you're going to have a very, very slim chance where you need to go to the hospital if you're vaccinated, right? So Diz had a continued question off of that. But variants that are more contagious may not be more deadly. I like that he points that out. I don't want to just turn off after getting the vaccine, but can you give a scale of like 1 to 10 how you feel regarding vaccination versus unvaccinated? I don't get the question, but
Yeah, I apologize if I'm not understanding your question. I don't know what scale you're giving. I guess like if you're talking about, and I agree, viruses in general want to be more contagious. It's like they just want to survive. Like, and killing off hosts is not ideal, but sometimes inevitably happens. But you know, I don't think like once you're fully vaccinated that you should just be like, okay, everything's good to go. Like, right? I'm not. That's why I always tell everyone you should still be cautious and you should still be, wary and keep up to date about what's going on with a lot of the research and a lot of what's going on. And or even if like you need to, or if you don't want to, you can literally just ask people like me or someone else who, like, hey, this is something I had to worry about. But in general, like, I will tell you right now that the whole world, like every large scientific body that exists in every country and world, we are monitoring variants and every emerging variant from the coronavirus family, beta coronavirus family, like crazy. Like if there's anything, like if a llama decides to sneeze one day and it suddenly has it. I mean, we even found one on a freaking deer a few weeks ago. We will know. Like it's not something we don't notice. So I wouldn't stress too much about whether if something does come up. If something does come up, which, like I said, always a possibility down the line, you will be the first to know. Trust me.
yeah, well, Diz says I've been drinking. But what I mean is, on a scale of 1 to 10, is everything great? I don't know if great's the right word, but how worried should we continue to be about COVID if you were vaccinated?
If you're vaccinated, 4 to 5, and I'm being very, depends on which great age group. Like, are you elderly? Do you have pre-existing conditions or anything like that? Or if you live, or are you in an area of high transmission? That could factor into it. If you're unvaccinated, 8 to 9, obviously. A 10, especially. Like, I think you should definitely be concerned. Biden recently made a speech recently yesterday about it is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. We're seeing a lot of the variants emerge from unvaccinated populations. And, I think that if you are unvaccinated and you are eligible for it, like this is where the concern comes into play.
Got it. Well, Diz says that he has mild hypertension. So how concerned should he be that being fully vaccinated with mild hypertension?
I wouldn't stress too much about it. Hypertension, although it can get serious, it's not the end of the world, and you certainly wouldn't I wouldn't say I put you into like a high extreme risk issue here. Now there's other things that could play into effect here, but I don't think the hypertension really gets to the point of and I'm not diminishing hypertension, by the way, but it's just like from a context of severe COVID, from an unvaccinated patient, from a vaccinated patient, chances of you having to go to a hospital is very low.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. Hope that helps you, Diz.
Mm-hmm.
Moving into our next question here. From Twining asking, do you think businesses should be requiring masks or proof of vaccination on an individual level? Obviously, the government can't require it, but I believe private businesses could if they want.
It's a good question because this gets into a very heated territory. So I'm going to speak from a health perspective. I absolutely do think that private businesses should be requiring masking and proof of vaccination until we get things under control. Just because of the fact that we don't have a good systematized routine to check all of those stuff, that it makes it significantly easier, especially for service industry folks and I know a lot of people on Twitch are in the service industry. So thank you again for working through the pandemic. And also for folks who, do still have to, go shopping or do stuff, it's important that we, maintain as much safety as possible. Also, by mandating it inadvertently drives up vaccinations because people will realize that, like, oh, crap, I can't go to King's Dominion anymore because I need to get a vaccination. And you'd be surprised at how many people will be pressured into doing that. I don't like saying pressure because I want there to be a sense of the fact that getting a vaccination is on your own judgment. And I'm very much still on that belief. But I feel like having that in place definitely helps influence the decisions of many folks in driving up vaccinations and ensuring that we're masking as much as possible. And obviously, like you noted, the government can't mandate it. Well, actually, no, the Biden's actually just mandated recently, or basically made sure that if you have a business of 100 or more employees, that you are mandating vaccinations or that you get tested once a week. And so, I think that we should offer options to people like that. In the case of, like, if you choose to not get vaccinated, that you're going to have to undergo weekly testing to make sure that you're not a high risk in a situation right there. And for businesses, obviously, like, you want to make sure that your customers are safe, right? It's not going to do you any good if your whole customer base gets COVID and you have to shut down for a day or two, or you might lose customers, God forbid, or you might lose staff. Like, that's something we need to think about as well. So there's a lot of challenges when it gets to that point.
Very good points. Thank you. Moving into our next question here. Lady Alice is asking, what is your opinion on mandatory vaccination? So it is kind of related to what we just talked about. As much as I would like to see everyone get vaccinated, forcing people into it seems like a slippery slope, and it feels somewhat wrong. What do you think about it?
There's a way to go about it, and yes, you're right. It can be a very slippery slope if we start. If Biden suddenly the next day says every American needs to get vaccinated right now, or you're going to get fined. Like that, as you can tell yesterday, and it was funny. If you actually listen to his speech, he was kind of pissy. He was kind of moody yesterday when he was doing his speech. Even was going as far as saying, like, our patience is running thin. Which is the sense I get every time I go into briefings from a lot of the COVID task force and groups like that. I think in general, when we look at it, we should be looking at creative ways of mandating vaccines in private businesses, in a lot of healthcare industries and things like that. There's a lot that we can do to make sure that people are pushed or given a very strong nudge to get vaccinated. And the example, for example, with the situation with the private businesses of 100 or more employees, it's either you get vaccinated or you have to spend some time out of every week and get tested. And I can tell you that a lot of people, that's time that they do not want to waste doing that. If you work in the healthcare industry and you have patients, that's not an excuse, actually. I'm on the boat right there where it's like, if you work in a hospital, if you have patients and you have vulnerable people and you're there, absolutely you should be vaccinated. I don't care. If you're not, get out. Like I'm actually very much on that boat right there. There should be no excuse in this case right there if you work with in the hospital or elderly care that should ever be the case. And then in school industry as well, I think that should definitely be a big thing too. Like if you're going to be working with kids who are unvaccinated, your staff and all your faculty members need to be vaccinated. I think that's not an excuse either. There's, and I don't even think you should be doing the whole option of, do you test every week or do you get vaccinated? No, with children, you need to vaccinate. You need to be vaccinated. I'm sorry, that's just my personal opinion in this case right here. But again, this is not me saying that there should be an executive order next day saying that every American should be vaccinated or there will be consequences. That's not the way we want to go. It's not a very sustainable approach to ensuring that everyone gets vaccinated. In fact, it'll empower most of the movement of anti-vaxxers for the most part.
Yeah, I completely agree. Alice here says, I think someone who works in healthcare that doesn't want to be vaccinated is not in the right field. Sadly, there's a lot of people in the field who probably shouldn't be in the field. Like, again, I just think of that news article of that nurse who injected people with, what was it?
Sugar water?
I forget what it was. I forget, where was it? Chat, remind me.
I think it was a European country.
Saline. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diz was yelling saline from the other room. But yeah, like, and she was a nurse. I'm hoping she's not still a nurse, because that's, there are people who are working in the healthcare field who shouldn't be, and it's sad.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say that, like, one example, I'm not going to list which hospital because it's going to be very obvious. Like, one hospital, I remember, like, all the radiologist technicians were fired because they refused to get a vaccine. It's very mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
And like, what was scary to think about it was that these were techs that work with cancer patients. That's like mind-boggling to me that you have cancer patient, you're handling cancer patients every day, and you refuse to get vaccinated, and you're a radiologist technician too, which mind-boggling to me. But I'm not even going to get into that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sleepy made a point, though. There are probably healthcare workers who just cannot be vaccinated. What happens to them?
And this is a good situation in this case here, where if there is circumstances where they can get exemptions. You can get certain exemptions from it, but they're very small in between. And a lot of people tend to like to abuse that system, and a lot of them like to claim religious exemptions like that. Like in this case right here, I don't think that should apply. But if there are really, like, for example, I'm going to list one allergy reaction we have seen in the mRNA vaccine is polyethylene glycol, which is one of the ingredients in the mRNA vaccine. Some people actually do have significant allergies from that. So So those folks, we would say, okay, either get the J&J or wait, or we're going to have to wait until the next vaccine that doesn't have that platform is available to them. And they just will not be able to, but they'll have an exemption at that point. And most of those other industries know for that fact.
There you go. Sparkles, thank you, by the way. Awesome. We're going to do one more question and then take a quick 5-minute break. Sound good? And then we'll dive back into the rest. So keep joining the conversation, folks. We're reading chat. I'm enjoying that you're all joining the discussion. And again, if you're thinking of a question while we're discussing that you want to ask, please do. I am adding them to the queue and relaying them to Dr. Neuro as we go. But yes, thank you all for being awesome. Our next question here before we take a quick 5-minute break is from Alice. Again, we had this brought up earlier, but what do you think about vaccination passports? Here in Quebec, they have started to implement it starting on September 1st. We will need to show proof of vaccination to go to places like restaurants, festivals, and gyms. But it will not be required for brick and mortar stores and anything that is considered essential. Is this a good measure?
I don't understand why it would not be required. I'm not questioning you. I just don't understand why it's not applied to everywhere. I think this is just more down to the like individual business level discussion. So two different things with regards to vaccine passports. So vaccine passports for traveling from country to country. There's some nuanced discussion about that, so I'll get into that. But in terms of like downloading an app or having access to it, from a general population, like for those who have earnable income, for those who have smartphones and things like that, have the ability to do things where you can download vaccine passports or you have the access to it. I think that's actually not a bad idea because of the fact that it does actually give a strong nudge and encouragement to people to get vaccinated. That being said, I still think that it's a very inequitable solution because we can't assume the fact that everyone's going to have access to a vaccine. Everyone has access to healthcare or even have access to a smartphone or things like that. There's a lot of things that we have to think about in something of a situation here where it's truly an equitable solution. Same thing goes with like vaccine passports traveling worldwide. There's a lot of countries that still have not vaccinated 2% of their population, which is very depressing. And by implementing vaccine passports like that, you would technically exclude a lot of those lower socioeconomic countries in that case. But in between countries like of the upper, I guess, like, let's say US and UK or much of the EU and some parts of like Eastern Asia or things like that, you could probably look at a much more easier travel in between. But I think we need to do better in terms of expanding how we do vaccine passports that's truly equitable. Do I have a solution to that? Not yet, because until we vaccinate everyone, and I mean like majority of the population, we're not going to get to a point where a vaccine passport is truly an equitable solution. But it is something at this point, unfortunately, where it might be a Band-Aid solution for us to ensure that we're not, bringing diseases across the border. Not that we would, but, we're not doing that. And of course, like now commercial airlines have been mandating vaccines. They're mandating masking as well. I think that, and obviously there's still travel restrictions in many countries that require quarantine for 2 weeks after you arrive. Like there's a lot of different things that are going on that can factor into the situation here.
Got it. And it just makes me think of like some of the points you brought up. I can't wait till we get to someday where we have some sort of like biometric scanner that can be like, hey, scan your fingerprint. Oh, you're vaccinated. Go. You don't have to carry a smartphone. You don't have to carry a piece of paper or something, right? I don't know.
I'll be honest, and I say this as someone who works in the CDC, like I'm not happy with the way we instituted our system of like validating our vaccine. I think we needed to do a much better job of like having a formal vaccination status, being like able to like communicate across the board. But unfortunately, right now it's pretty much left to state by state and company by company. So like I said, if you got that vaccine card, you make sure you save it as much as possible and treat it like your social security card. Like don't let that go.
There you go. Yeah, very good points in general. Oh, well, we do have to take a quick break here. We've been sitting here answering questions about an hour and a half now. I think it's good to take a quick break. We do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 19. Wow, we have a lot. We have like 23 or 24 questions. So we have a solid amount still, but we haven't even gotten to any of Batch's questions. I know he asked a lot, but I'm excited. We have a lot to discuss, so don't go anywhere, folks. But I do encourage you to get up and stretch because we should be taking care of our bodies. We're talking about this topic. Take care of your bodies. Go get some water. Use the restroom. And I'll see you all here in 5 minutes. BRB, everyone. All right, everybody. We're coming back. All right, we're back, everyone. Thank you all for taking a quick break with us. But we're here.
I told everyone we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream. So it's going to be a sleepover, everyone. Get your pillows and your marshmallows and your onesies. We're going to be sleeping over tonight.
Get in your PJs and get comfy. Oh, I love it. All right, folks. So, yeah, thanks for all the welcome backs. So as I mentioned before the break, we still have like 20-something questions. So that said, though, don't hesitate to still chip into the conversation as we're chatting. If you think of a question while we're discussing, as Dr. Neuro is, helping us understand and learn together here about COVID and everything, ask in chat. Like I said, we're both still watching chat. There are no dumb questions here. I know people have their own concerns and things that they're going through pertaining to COVID and the pandemic. So, don't hesitate. Alrighty, folks. So, our next question here is actually the first one from Batch. As of today, the time that Batch submitted this question, which was August 15th, the CDC is currently recommending masks for unvaccinated and vaccinated people in indoor settings where there's considered a high risk of spread. Could you explain the reasoning for vaccinated people to be wearing masks? Same sort of question for the recommendation that K-12 schools universally wear masks. Thanks again for your time.
Yeah, so what we have observed, especially in cases of the Delta variant, right, is that what makes Delta so special is that it's just a significantly more efficient virus version of the virus that's able to replicate faster. It's like I said, it's a fast-moving zombie, as I like to call it. If you ever watch any zombie apocalypse movie, like World War Z, for example, where there's like mountains and mountains of zombies, that's essentially what the Delta variant is. And in situations such as like an indoor crowded situation, let's say if there was a few people who did happen to be positive of COVID, vaccinated or unvaccinated, we have observed the fact that they do have a viral load that's significantly higher at the beginning. And if you happen to be at the inopportune time where someone is in there who happens to be, infectious, especially if you're unvaccinated, your point of infectiousness is much longer. It's better to make sure that you're protected in that case right there, making sure that you're not exposed to as much of the viral load as you can. That being said, it's even if you are vaccinated, one of the many great things that we observed is that even though at the beginning your viral load is about the same as an unvaccinated person, let's say if you do happen to get hit with a positive COVID breakthrough infection, that viral load drops so fast when you're vaccinated. So you're highly infectious for maybe few hours, maybe a day or two, but after that you're done. You're pretty much you're in the clear. But if you are unvaccinated, however, that's unfortunately not the case here. Your infection period is actually significantly longer, and it's hard to determine that when you're in a business environment where you're indoors and you can't verify and validate anyone. It's not like people have signs over their head that says, "Hey, I'm vaccinated. Hey, I'm not vaccinated. Hey, I'm infectious. I'm not infectious." You can't determine that factor. So in the situation where there is if there is any indoor situation, it's best to practice the best safety measure and pretend, in this case, that everyone is unvaccinated and doing our best to make sure that obviously, we're not putting ourselves in high-risk situations.
Yeah, it's just, what do you have to lose by engaging in good, measures, good practice in general to try to protect everybody, There's no way to know, right?
Cool.
It would be convenient if we had these giant signs that we could see over people's heads, whether or not they're vaccinated or if they have COVID, it's...
Mm-hmm.
If only.
If only.
All right, moving into our next question here. This is also from Twining. Twining asked, what are your thoughts on unvaccinated people abusing the mandate that vaccinated people don't have to wear masks, since many businesses aren't requiring or asking for proof of vaccination. Do you think it's adding to the increased spread of COVID and the Delta variant?
It's one factor. I wouldn't say it's the major driving factor. Uh, Surprisingly, a lot of the bigger businesses have been, at least at the minimum, requiring folks to wear masks and making sure that folks are, and obviously now it's been a recent trend with folks to be requiring proof of vaccination. And I'll be honest, like I know that there was a comment earlier about people saying like, yeah, there are forgeries out there. People don't know how to make good forgeries of those vaccine cards. Like a woman just got caught recently trying to go to Hawaii for a vaccine called Mrna, Maderna. And she like there were so many things wrong on the vaccine card that it was actually comical after you read it. And I just think that in general, like, yeah, we're gonna see some counterfeits, but a lot of it's honestly like going to be much harder for them to really get to that point where they can do it. And obviously now a lot of states are obviously mandating that you do it like digital ones as well. So that's going to be something that's going to be hard to do on top of that. Like example, like New York, for example, I just downloaded the Excelsior app, which is one of the biggest things right there. I'm not going to put it out, obviously, because I have my name on there. But like me putting in my date and the type of vaccine, they actually recorded all that data and they were able to pull up my card on the exact details. So I can go to businesses now and I can go anywhere and say, hey, I have my card and I can say that I have proof of vaccination. So it's down to the state level where you can obviously see that efficiency gain, but that's just one of the bigger challenges with that.
Yeah. Sleepy made a good point. We hear about the funny, bad, fake vaccine cards, but not the good ones.
Yeah, we don't. That's true. And it's possible that they're out there. I'm not denying that there aren't. But we have been very good about, like going to Etsy, like going to Amazon and being like, hey, you guys should not be selling this. And like, honestly, if anyone here wants to do an experiment right now, try to look up fake vaccine cards. See if you can find one. Like that's actually a good experiment right now we can do during the stream. See if you can dig around and find one. It's actually a lot more difficult than you think because a lot of online business does not want to receive flack for that. That's just something that looks bad. But I could be wrong. It could be maybe some obscure website that I don't know of yet. So,
gotcha. There you go, folks. So our next question is also from Twining, asking, do you think we'll eventually need another vaccine for the Delta variant or because of the Delta variant?
I think this is kind of getting into like maybe booster territory. And I hopefully that answered that question on the booster aspect. I do think that we might need to look at updating the formula for the vaccine for any potential down the lineage line for Delta, but that's going to take some significant amount of mutation before we have to think about it. But I'll tell you right now that a lot of the industries like Pfizer, Moderna, and everyone, like we are literally monitoring every mutation that's happening and all the different genetic diversity there and being like, okay, is this something we need to tweak the formula with? Do we need to do anything? Like we're basically, and the great thing about mRNA technology is that it's very quick to implement those changes. It doesn't take long. So for us to do that, I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but I don't think we're going to need a new vaccine, like a new formulation of the vaccine for quite some time.
Cool. Let's see. And then this is another question from Twining, asking, pardon the morbidity of this one, but it's been on my mind. How likely do you think it is that due to both anti-vaxxers and people who are refusing to get vaccinated, that this pandemic/disease could lead to a much larger impact on the size of the human population, which is to say, cause a mass wipeout?
I don't know if it will ever get to the point of mass wipeout. And and I appreciate the honesty on that in that question. I don't think we're ever going to get to a point of a mass wipeout, right? Like we do have surprisingly, and I know it's very hard to conceive considering the fact of all the horrible news we get. We do have like very powerful health organizations and governments that are still very much pushing to ensure that their citizens survive. There's a few that aren't, but like I don't think we're going to see it to that point. We have phenomenal technology, and the fact that there is still a good chunk of the population that still does want to get vaccinated, regardless of what a lot of media tells you about that. So, and I do think there's a much more higher proportion of people who are truly hesitant and are still hesitant actually to this day. And we just need to do a better job of reaching out to them. And I don't think it's going to get to a point where a virus is going to mutate to the point where it's like a mass extinction version of a virus. I would put that in such a remotely impossible territory that I wouldn't even entertain that scenario in my head if we were to do an exercise.
Yeah, I think something like that doesn't really help when there's so much sensationalism, right, in the news, and I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering out there and just trying to get people to like react, right? And it's not helping the situation. So I mean, I don't blame Twining for thinking about this. It is a legitimate, thought, and it is terrifying, but thank you for reassuring all of us, honestly, about something like that. Because I'm sure we've all thought about it. We all entertain the idea of like an apocalypse caused by pandemics. I mean, that there's been movies about it, right? So,
yes.
Is this kind of like people can't help but think about it. This is sensationalized, whether in movies and fiction, right? And then, of course, and we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're still not out of it. And I'm sure people have thought about it. So there you go. This is actually a question from me. I asked a couple, so I'm excited to dive into this one. I forget when I posted this question, but as I said, I read an article today, whenever that was, it was a couple weeks ago, in the New York Times about risks of long COVID for vaccinated folks after they've gotten and recovered from COVID. Does the medical health community have enough data to make any conclusions about the long-term effects and risks associated with long COVID, especially for vaccinated folks? What do we know?
So, one of the great things we have noticed is that even for folks who have been vaccinated and have breakthrough infections and recovered, and they did have long COVID, we have seen many recover, and not many have persistent long COVID. But I think that, and there's more data is coming out, obviously, because we're starting to see more populations of vaccinated folks get breakthrough infections and monitoring them for that purpose. There was a recent paper that was published recently that showed that many of those that did have persistent symptoms afterwards, they resolved within a few weeks or so. I think at most maybe a few months, but in general, it is something that we did see it was a finite period for long COVID symptoms. For those who were unvaccinated, however, we're starting to find additional data that shows obviously more and more systems are involved with long COVID infections. We're hypothesizing different venues as to why long COVID happens. One of the biggest running theory, which I've subscribed to as well, that's being investigated by a good colleague of mine at Yale, Dr. Akiko Iwasaki. She's basically hypothesized that after you get COVID, that there is a lingering reservoir of COVID virus, or that virus itself, that remains in your system. And because of that, it continues activating an immune response. Because of that, it causes multiple inflammatory symptoms, or it might be that you might have foggy brain syndrome, or whatever it might be, what they call it. You have gastrointestinal distress, which surprisingly that could affect other systems. There's a lot of things that can happen. Problem with studies like that is it's very hard to identify, take out or figure out where the virus is, because it's not like I could, and I'm going to use you, Snowy, as an example again, sorry.
Go for it.
like, let's say if you do have long COVID, I can't just place you up on a mat and be like, okay, open up your small intestines, let me take a look. Or, like, let me like take a look at your spleen and your liver. Like, we can't do that. Like, it's not possible. So it's very challenging to do investigations of long COVID for that. So, but we're investigating it very much on the sense of like looking at symptoms and people who do report it. And it's very important that we don't forget it and make sure that that there is support systems that are out there. There is a website, by the way. I want to make sure to put this out here for everyone. I highly suggest, like, if you do know anyone who is going through long COVID, thinks they have long COVID, or anyone wants resources, Survivor Corps out there is a group of doctors, group of scientists, group of like public health people that are there collating resources, doing the data collection, trying to figure out what is going on with long COVID. Please share that resources with anyone that you might know that needs it.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing that as well. Very interesting, because it was an interesting article, and I was just like, yeah, it's interesting to see that, it's obviously there's still a difference for vaccinated versus unvaccinated, even in terms of long COVID, right? And so again, folks, get your vaccines. Like, we're learning today that being vaccinated regardless is way better than not. End of story.
End period.
Yes.
End story.
Yes. So moving into our next question, we have one from Batch. Batch asked, I've heard about monoclonal antibodies being used subcutaneously, I hope I said that right, to prevent COVID spread in households. Is there any good data to support this practice? So we might need to define, one, what's monoclonal antibodies, and what does subcutaneously mean?
So subcutaneous is actually just a type of injection, because we have intramuscular and then subcutaneous, which is a level above it. And so it's just basically how deep it goes. That's like the TLDR version of it. So monoclonal antibodies are essentially antibodies that we produce, we synthesize ourselves, versus like, in this case, antibodies that's produced from a vaccine, for example. That's naturally produced antibody. So that's the first example right there. In the case right here for monoclonal antibodies, it's actually a recommended first line of treatment for folks that are immediately exposed and are mildly symptomatic for COVID. And that's only in some cases a scenario. So for those who are truly hospitalized, need to be intubated, at that point it becomes a moot point for giving monoclonal antibodies. So that's the first thing. But it has been, and I know that there was a question like this last time about monoclonal antibodies, and the research that was in there for the initial tranche of monoclonal antibodies wasn't promising. But the new batch that has come out with the different ones, there's different ones that are there that are actually pretty promising and pretty good. And there was a study that was done in the New England Journal of Medicine, which showed that post-exposure prophylaxis, which means that it's once you immediately get it, and you know that like, oh crap, I have COVID, and I'm suddenly coughing, and I have a fever or something like that. Getting that monoclonal antibodies actually helps significantly reduce viral load. So it is something I do think that is a good possible measure for post-exposure treatment aspects.
Awesome. Because I want to say we talked about this at one point in our previous discussions. At least this came up, so it's interesting to hear what's changed since.
Yeah, no, I'm actually glad that Batch brought it up, which is why I put the pressure on him to bring it up. But I think that in general here, this just tells you like how quickly that science changes. At the beginning, I did not see much value in some of the data I've seen, and that was I think with the initial batch of Regeneron's monoclonal antibodies. But since then, there's been other ones and combinations of those that have actually shown pretty decent data regarding good clinical outcomes for those. So I think that it's definitely a recommended option. It's available actually in hospitals, surprisingly enough, and it's surprising because a lot of hospitals don't do a good job of advertising it, but it should be something that we should look at as a first line of post-exposure treatment aspects.
Got it. This is a follow-up question here from chat from Sleepy. Sleepy asked, Out of curiosity, which is the more experimental technology? Monoclonal antibodies or mRNA-based vaccines?
Neither, really. They actually have gone through a significant amounts of clinical trials and rigorous data analysis. And if, for example, like even when it first came out, like the first batch of monoclonal antibodies was rejected. It didn't get its EUA because of the fact that it didn't demonstrate a significant result, and it just wasn't enough snuff to really do it. And I try to avoid the word experimental because obviously in here, like we have significant amount of people who have, been part of clinical trials, a lot actually, and we've been monitoring it. And also the technology for monoclonal antibodies and mRNA has actually been around for a long time. Actually, it's been around for like several years. mRNA actually has been around for almost like nearly a decade. It's nothing new. And I always have to remind people that it's not something we just invented this year because of COVID. A lot of these things that you're seeing right now, it's basically a tweaked version of the current technology. So if anyone wants to tell you that, or if anyone wants to like reiterate to you that it's experimental, remind them that the technology is not new. It's been around for like at least, much longer than people think. And also it has gone through significant amounts of scrutiny and clinical trials. Anyone can in this channel right now can sit in on the CDC ACIP meeting, which is open to the public, and you can see how rigorous it is. Like literally, it's a full board of doctors, epidemiologists, and everyone who sits there and they're just grinding through the data and grinding these people, telling them like, does this make sense? Why is this the case? What's going on here? Are we going to make recommendations? And they're very methodical about it, very systematized, right? It's actually very organized. And I always encourage everyone to just at least check out one session because you'll learn a lot as to like how our processes and decision making comes into play.
Awesome. Good advice. Well, our next question comes from Batch. Batch asked, what's the latest on Merck's antiviral molnupiravir? An antiviral to treat mild to moderate COVID. Does it look promising?
It looks promising. I'm not gonna lie. Like molnupiravir is an antiviral drug that Merck is developing. By the way, Merck is the same group of people who do our mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine. By the way, they're the big groups that kind of discovered that. So they've been around the block for quite some time. But they're looking into antiviral drugs that specifically molnupiravir, which basically like stunts the reproduction factor of a virus, specifically the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Some of the preclinical trial data I have seen so far from Merck looks very promising. But like I said, we'll have to see some additional data down the line. But I think like as of like late August, when they presented a briefing to me, it looked pretty damn good actually. So I look forward to seeing more data come from them. Hopefully it'll submit more. But obviously, what's better than an antiviral drug is getting the vaccine.
Hey, there you go. There you go. It'll be interesting. Maybe the next time we have our next part of Dr. Neuro discussion, we'll maybe have an update on this. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Who knows? This is actually a question from chat. So from Alice. Alice asked, I know I've asked Dr. Neuro about this already in the past, but I wonder if things have changed since then. So I'm going to ask again. Are we close to seeing the vaccine getting approved for children under 12? Will someone think of the children? No, but seriously, I want to get my kiddo vaccinated. There's been a rise in cases in children here recently, and I don't like it.
I completely agree, and I would love to have children vaccinated. I'll tell you right now, actually, this actually in New York Times this morning that the Pfizer CEO and everyone said that they'll be pushing to get the package submitted for children, I think 5 and up, to be vaccinated. And I think that we'll be seeing maybe hopefully by the end of the year, but that's a very, very aggressive timeline. And not to make any promises, let's say worst case scenario, we might not see something until early January. maybe. But if we were aggressive, like if we really like buckle down and let's say Pfizer gets all their shit together, maybe late November we'll see something where that comes in, where we start getting children vaccinated 5 and above. The only reason why, and for those who do ask questions as to like why it's so difficult for children, it's because their dosing is different. We don't give them the full adult dose, right? Like we don't give them the full 50 milligrams, micrograms of it. We have to titrate it down. It's a much lower dose, a version of the vaccine that we want to make sure to give to children. And that varies also even by age within there. Those who work in pediatrics, and I'm not a pediatrician, so I can't speak to it, but this is just based on my knowledge of, past immunization stuff, is that for children, you have to be able to make sure that they get the right dosage that's not too rough on them or, not well enough. So it's a little trickier to deal with children for that purpose. It's why we've been taking a while to get that data out. But based on some of the data I have seen, the safety looks good. I think that we have some promising data to get it, hopefully, and I pray to God that by the end of the year, we will have children 5 and up at least vaccinated, because at that point, you would target most of the kids who are in school. Case.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Next question here actually comes from me, and I'm really curious about this because I know you have some work in the past on HIV. But
Yeah.
in mid-August, Moderna started human clinical trials for its HIV vaccine, which utilizes mRNA technology that was also in its COVID vaccine. What
Yes.
more do we know about the HIV vaccine? Do you think it'll be as effective as the COVID vaccine?
So I think like they did a recent preprint a few weeks ago. It has shown some promise with it, but I have not followed as much beyond there. I think that right now they're still very much doing preclinical trials and things like that. HIV is a very tough virus to tackle because just imagine how, and I mentioned like the fact that SARS-CoV-2, which is COVID, like in this case, like it has a very slow mutation rate. That's not the case of HIV. HIV mutates very quickly, and it also has a very insidious system where it hijacks our immune response, specifically our T cells, which are kind of important to our immune system. And it's important, really, that we make sure that not only are we addressing the reproduction, but we're also addressing how they attack the immune system and also how they hide from the immune system. Like HIV is very nasty in the way that it'll burrow its way into a immune cell, and it'll stay hidden there after a while. And then once things calm down, they're just like, okay, cool, we're in the clear, boys, and it'll come out and do its job. Like it's a very complicated virus, and it has a very complicated system to attack. And as such, like virus, like a vaccine would have to like address a lot of different facets. So, but that being said, it does seem like it's promising. I just don't know like how far we could get into it, and how how broadly neutralizing is it. But I'm being optimistic in seeing the additional data from that.
Got it. When I'm trying to phrase my question here. So, clinical trials just started. What's the general timeline before sufficient data from something like that would give us more conclusive results on the effectiveness?
So, which HIV patients, I don't know, because I think we might see something within the next year or two, in terms of like actually producing something, maybe a year actually, because it's not like HIV is still very much a rampant epidemic actually, but I don't know, it's nothing to the scale of COVID. But I think we'll have enough like sample size to really conduct more clinical trials. So I think we'll see something maybe in a year, possibly.
Gotcha. Let's see. We got some chat discussion going on here. So we have one viewer who believes the vaccine is experimental, and I know we just discussed the word experimental. So, just to address Nukapi's comment there, concern about the vaccine being experiment, if you wanted to address that and dispel that misinformation.
I guess the first thing I would ask really is what their reason for saying that it is experimental. I'm not here to define what the experimental factor is, but this is where we open that dialogue, and we're figuring it out from there. For example, right now, Pfizer just recently got its full broad licensing agency, so their full approval for the vaccine right now. It's not like an emergency use authorization. We reviewed all the clinical trial data and everything like that. So it is at the point right now where we do believe it's something that is usable for the general public. But again, I'm not here to determine what the verbiage here for experimental is, and I'm not here to dictate that language. So
Thank you for addressing that. In the end, Dr. Neuro here is just presenting the facts and the science as we know it, period. There is no, if you don't know Dr. Neuro, he hates misinformation. You got to follow him on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter. He's just shooting down misinformation repeatedly. Like, seriously, if you're going to talk to anybody who's an expert in the field and you're concerned about misinformation, talk to Dr. Neuro. Like, I can tell you just from my time knowing him, like, seriously, trust his word. Like, I don't want to dismiss anyone who has concerns, because I think it is valid to be concerned, and there are tons of people who are still hesitant, who just don't have the facts. But you have someone here who literally day in and day out, this is all he studies, this is all he works on. Like, it is completely, like, seriously.
yeah. And once again, like with the experimental factor, so I'm not gonna my approach is never to downtrod anyone who comes up to me and says that. So I want Nukapi, I want you to understand that I'm very open to the discussion here. Obviously, here we have other questions, so I don't want to make sure to get to them. I don't have any buy-in or sell-in with a lot of these companies. In fact, I'm very much the first person that calls out a lot of these pharmaceutical companies for making policy decisions. It's not up to them to make the decisions. And for us, again, I say that I encourage everyone to really participate and, really sit in a lot of these meetings. They're open to everyone, and understand that we look at it from a patient perspective. We look at it from a population perspective. Does it benefit everyone? Is there adverse events that are associated with it? We monitor things rigorously. If something happens, and the biggest example I tell everyone is Johnson & Johnson. When there was a significant event of blood clotting, we stopped everything. We said, do not give Johnson & Johnson, hold the line. We need to discuss this. And we had an emergency meeting. We called in Johnson & Johnson. We're saying, you need to provide data. You need to provide us what the hell is going on. We held them accountable. And because we weren't going to risk that. And we also did this too because we started realizing that doctors were actually doing the wrong treatment for that type of blood clot. It was a very specific type of blood clot. And we basically said, okay, hold just a second. If you do have a patient come in with a J&J blood clot, you need to treat it this way. And it saved a lot of people from that because we realized that it was something. And here's the problem too, is that we're still learning much about how, a lot of this is coming in from the virus and how it manifests. And we're also learning in general, a lot of how the protection measures are coming into play. The immune system is actually very complicated. And I actually joke about this with everyone. Like, I could literally sit here and do a 6-hour lecture on one type of immune cell. That's how complicated it is. People study this for years and still don't 100% have a very 100% grasp of it. We have a very good understanding, but there's still 10% we're like, it's still a bit of we're not sure completely, which is why, we're never ever 100% when we talk about a lot of treatments and things like that, which is why it's important that we do clinical trials. And a lot of the clinical trial data are available out there. You can actually read all the different papers that we do, where we bring in all the participants, and it's not small sample size either. It's thousands of participants across different age groups, different settings, different ethnicities. And we make sure to basically ensure when we do evaluate them that we're looking at from, is it actually preventing the disease? Does it have a lot of side effects? Is it doing anything that we feel like it's going to be detrimental for the population or to the individual? And when we see that, when we do this for multiple times, it's not just one study says it all. We do it multiple times, over and over and over again, to the point where then when we have enough data that FDA and CDC is able to comfortably sign off on it. That being said, I try to bring a balanced opinion to this. FDA doesn't have its faults either. They screwed up recently with this recent Alzheimer's drug where they approved it, even though it didn't really have much data to support it. But I can tell you right now, the whole medical community was like, "Hey, that's really shiesty. You shouldn't be doing that." And now I think they're under investigation right now for that. But situations like that rarely ever occur. And it definitely certainly was not the case with COVID. I can tell you that right now, as someone who really has been involved from step one till now. We have been hard on every single person that's been in this field. We've been very like cautious about everything. If something even remotely like ticks off the checkbox of like, shit, this is something we need to worry about, we stop the presses and we stop everything and we say, this is not right. We need to really figure out what's going on. Guillain-Barré syndrome, blood clotting, myocarditis, the heart inflammation, all of those things, they remotely came up as something like when we were monitoring it and we said, hold up, something doesn't look right. Let's meet and let's figure out what's the next step about making sure that people who do get it have this set of like risk and everything. In the end, the vaccine is still very much your choice, whether if you decide to take it or not. And how we present that to you, and any good vaccinologist and every good doctor will tell you, here are the potential risks to you if you do decide to get this vaccine, and this is the reason why. No vaccine is without its risk. No vaccine is perfect. No vaccine is going to be 100% protective. That's absolutely impossible. And so, once again, we still do, however, see a lot of good data showing that it's protecting people from severely getting the disease and people from dying. And at that point right there, I think the benefits, severely outweigh any potential risk that might come along. And it's been almost a year right now where we had that. And I say this to someone as well who got the initial dose in at late December. As someone who got it late December, I'm still healthy, I'm still going, no side effects, nothing. And Snowlick can tell you I'm not a hologram last I checked, so.
No, he's real. And plus, yeah. Dr. Neuro works out. Like, he's doing great. And he got the vaccine like nearly a year ago. So, but no, I do want to point out basically everything that Dr. Neuro described, there's a lot of process. Literally every step of the way, and then within every step, there's multiple processes. Like this is not a situation where like the pharmaceutical companies making these vaccines are just like taking it and running. They have to go through a very rigorous process within a process within a process. And I mean, I'm not in the medical field, but I can understand there's a lot that goes into this. And it's a valid concern when you don't know anything about it. I think that's a very valid concern. And we had a comment earlier that, appreciating Nukapi for voicing that, because there are quite a few people who just aren't sure. And if you're open to learning about it, you're open to just getting the cold hard facts as they are, hopefully that helps you be more informed, right? And like Dr. Neuro said, in the end, it's your choice. But, there are places to get the cold, hard facts. There are people who are working really hard, like Dr. Neuro, to try to dispel that misinformation so that people like yourself, Nukapi, who are hesitant, can get real, actual, factual information and then have that inform your decision in the end towards the vaccine. So, just massive love right now for Dr. Neuro. I think massive love.
I think in general, I'll tell you right now that this is something that is not meant to be a downer, but I get 3-4 death threats a day now. Like I get 3-4 death threats from anti-vaxxers and folks per day in my Twitter DM. But for every death threat I get 5 to 10 good questions from people who are legitimately concerned, scared, and it's why I keep my DMs still open for everyone. Like I still open it up at the risk of knowing that I will be attacked like that. I don't do this for monetary reasons. Like, I don't ever. Like, in fact, if anything, you should be donating to Snow.
Oh no.
It's September. Anyways, but I think that in general, like when we look at situations like that, like many of us in this field, we're working. And you can actually look at many of the ones that I follow and respect on Twitter. We do this in our free time every day. Like we're making sure to address your concern, telling you we try to bring a balanced vision. And I told you guys the balance. I said this is like the cool aspect of it. But guess what? The governing bodies sometimes are not perfect. I will always bring, and Batch has noticed this too, like I bring a balanced perspective on these issues. I will never ever tell you that everything is rosy and perfect, because there's no such thing in governing bodies like that. If anyone ever tells you that, they don't work in that industry, they don't know what's going on. And I want to make sure that instills you with confidence to know that, especially in the forums like these that Snowlit has been so generous and gracious to offer, is that we're here to offer you a venue to get these questions answered. And if it helps change your mind, wonderful. If you're still not convinced, I've not done my job. And I apologize for that in advance. And if you're still concerned, if you're still scared to do it, seek out other resources and everything. I can guarantee you there might be other people who may speak better than I do. And I'm not saying I'm the best person either, like as amazing as I am. There's so many great resources out there. And I encourage you to, if you have an open mind, definitely seek those out and be cautious about a lot of the folks who are there for, malpractice, who are there for malinformation and misinformation and disinformation. They're all out there, and it's a very tough environment to wade through.
Mm-hmm. So lots of love in chat right now for Dr. Neuro. I love that. Thank you for addressing that. So our next question here comes from Lady Alice, asking, do you think we will soon, this was kind of asked earlier, but see the vaccination being approved for kids 12 and younger? COVID cases are rising again, and the vast majority of people affected are non-vaccinated people. With school starting soon, actually already started when this will air, I'm more and more worried for my son. And just to add to everything, schools are slacking off on sanitary measures. I don't know if you had anything to add to that, since we did actually answer earlier.
So I did mention on the timeline and everything, so I think I'll skip that one, unless if people need me to reiterate. But I think in schools, it's imperative that schools and parents especially keep schools accountable for that. And unfortunately, this will be the first year of trial that we're going to be running through, where we're making sure that school counties, and I'm not speaking about Florida or Texas because that's been a whole shit show right there. But if you are in a state that has not been judiciously acting upon that, hold them accountable. Make sure that you ask them, like, hey, did you upgrade your filtration? Hey, what are you doing in your classroom? Hey, is your staff vaccinated? Hold them accountable, just like you would hold me accountable and every healthcare person accountable. They are there to provide the safest environment for your children, and we can bring children back to school safely. I'm in full support of that. I do believe we can, but if you're going to be bringing them back to school, the faculty and the staff and the system needs to be ready to support you 100% all year long. They can't afford to slack off any single part of the day, because it only takes one super spreader case to close a school down for a week. That's it. And I think we owe it to ourselves to make sure that, when we do have that, parents might need to dedicate more time, fortunately, to micromanaging their schools for that purpose.
Yeah, there you go. If you can, Alice, contact your school, see what they're doing, for your son. So it's a very good point there. We have a random, not quite related question, but it's a question from Nuka P asking, so Dr. Neuro has been working out. Does he do high intensity interval training?
Yes, I do. I do a combination of high intensity interval training along with reverse pyramid and pyramid schematics workouts as well. So
I love it. I got a little bit of high intensity interval training when I was working out. I didn't do it as much as I probably should have, but it's usually a lot of fun. I feel like it's a lot of fun.
You're the first person that's told me it was fun. I find
Well,
that as a
I
lot.
feel like I enjoy it. I enjoy it better than just like jogging,
That's
for
fair.
cardio,
That's fair.
right? I'm just not a fan of just pounding away at the treadmill. I'd rather do high intensity interval training.
Yeah, and if you're a sub to Snowland, I'll write down my workout and provide it for subs.
Oh, there you go. Sub perk. Snow Army sub perk.
I'm a shameless promoter of like September. I'm sorry, okay?
There you go. Our next question here from Twining asking, given the initial news that the information provided by Israel about waning immunity is murky, how plausible is it that we'll need a booster shot? So we did talk about boosters, but can you address a little about this information from Israel about waning immunity?
Yeah, Israel's been giving me excuse the language, fucking headache for the past few months because they've been producing certain studies and people have been referring to that as part of the whole waning immunity discussion. Now, your immunity is actually a very complicated concept. I don't think it's a necessary immunity issue. What we've been seeing, though, is that there has been a decrease in what we call neutralizing antibodies. Now, that's one facet of a response that's elicited from when you get the COVID vaccine, is that you create these antibodies, these little guys that what I like to call viral cock block the SARS-CoV-2 virus from attaching to our cells. It's like the first line of defense, really. But the thing is that your immune system actually surprisingly has other cells besides neutralizing antibodies like T cells, B cells, and all these other things that come into play that start to escalate once the neutralizing antibodies go down. You don't want to have neutralizing antibodies last forever. It's actually bad for your system because you want your body to produce antibodies for other diseases that are out there, like the flu, for example. So now this discussion here that, where people are saying, oh, there's waning immunity, there is some merit behind it, but I don't think based on a lot of this data I've seen, it's enough to a point where I'm like, oh my God, catastrophic. Like, we're going to see waning immunity. Because if you look at the data further, you notice that the amount of people that were hospitalized and died after getting the COVID vaccinations was so low. It was still like, they were still 90-something% protection from hospitalizations and death. So a lot of people like to quote, oh, there's waning effectiveness down to 60%. But then I said, no, don't look at that percentage. Look at the other percentages. Did it protect everyone from hospitalizations? Did it protect people from death? And you see that percentage is so much higher. And that to me right there, and this is, I share with a lot of the colleagues I respect, for me there, I see like, it's still doing a pretty damn good job. And so in the case here, what it does prove though, and this is the other coin, if you can't tell, I like doing both sides of the coin situation. For elderly populations and those immunocompromised, it does beg the question, should we boost them? And I absolutely do agree that you should be giving booster doses for those people who are highly vulnerable, have weakened immune system, that we definitely need to make sure that those people have sufficient antibody response because their immune system is not the strongest at that point. Your immune system, unfortunately, every 10 years or so, it degrades. It doesn't matter if you're the healthiest elderly person in the world, your immune system is not up to snuff after a certain amount of time. And so it's important that we make sure that elderly immunocompromised populations are getting their booster shots forward because we need to make sure that they have every edge that they can in combating against the virus. But in terms of like the general population that falls outside of it, I honestly do believe that the vaccines are still working damn phenomenally, protecting people from getting hospitalized and those who need to be on intubators and things like that. And that to me is a big win in the field.
I love it. Yeah, vaccines are still, everything that we're discussing, the moral of the story, the vaccines are still very, very, very effective. Like, get vaccinated. That's what I'm understanding from everything we're discussing,
It's pretty much my big spiel.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, and I'm hoping that this is helping to inform the people who still just don't know or are hesitant, right? So,
Mhm.
thank you for clarifying that. We have another question here from Twining asking, so follow up to that previous question about the waning immunity. Is the information provided in the study actually grounds for getting a booster shot, or was it a study that got misconstrued? Did America possibly get ahead of themselves in regards to a booster recommendation for non-immunocompromised people?
A little, a little. I think. I think that this is one of those really hard policy level questions, and I say this in defense of people who are been pushing it. These are a lot of my colleagues that I respect, like very talented, brilliant immunologists who are advising the Biden administration. I think one of the many things is that like it takes time for us to bring scientific work to policy and implementation. So sometimes we jump the gun because we don't want to wait. It takes by the time you decide something, it takes a month or two to actually implement it. And sometimes we don't have that luxury, and I could see why they want to. And the thing is that like here, it doesn't hurt in the grand scheme of things to get a booster shot. I think the only reason why we're concerned about it is that it gives the optics that the initial shots were not that effective. That's the first thing we were worried about. Also, we were worried about the fact that, hey, we still haven't vaccinated the rest of the goddamn world. So I think there's a lot of challenges that are being kind of like looked into here when we look at kind of like that booster data. And also, unfortunately, a lot of the media, and you can tell the people who aren't scientifically inclined, who do report it, will not read the whole paper and they'll only record one percentage. And I always tell people, if you can describe anything in COVID or the vaccines with one percentage, you're doing it wrong. You need to be I was like, does it break out by age stratification? Do you know how they screen the patients? Do you know how, like, if they were hospitalized, how long were they hospitalized? Like, there's a lot of factors that bring one percentage in terms of like breaking it out, and we need to be much more cautious when we see news headlines where they said 97% to 76% effective reduction, and I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, what does that mean in the long run? Does it mean effectiveness against infection, or effectiveness against hospitalizations or death? Those are very different factors here when we look at that.
Got it. We actually have kind of a follow up here from Batch that I apparently missed, but that reminds me, Batch says, two doctors that resigned from it recently. There has been pure speculation about them leaving due to boosters being recommended before a good amount of data came in. Is there anything about that you know of, or anything to that you know of?
One of them is someone I know personally. I have very high respect. They just wanted to retire. I'll tell you that much. They were just getting tired. It's hard work. I know they wanted to retire. I don't know about the other one as much. There was some anger regarding an FDA regards to White House kind of upstepping them and saying that we're going to offer boosters to everyone before even consulting with them about it. But I don't know much details beyond that. That's some tea I'm not familiar with, unfortunately. So
Got
that's
some of
just
that some of that gossip.
yeah. I don't have all the tea on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, we actually have another question here from the chat. Nukapi asked, may as well get this out of my system. How exactly did this COVID-19 come to be?
We don't know yet. And the reason why is because in order for us to actually figure out the origin of any virus, actually, it's not even just the coronavirus, it takes a significant amount of work to get into. One, you have to work in the country, do a lot of genomics sampling, and invest. It's like just forensic work, essentially. But you have to like look at every single organism that's endemic to the area, figure out indigenous to the area, excuse me, and figuring out like and doing sequencing, tracing it back, looking at the original strain, seeing where it could possibly have come, with the original like patient zero, like animal might be. It's very difficult. And I will tell you right now that it takes like a good several years, assuming you work in a country that's willing to cooperate with you. Unfortunately, it being in China has provided a lot of geopolitical issues with that. And, WHO went in for like a week or two to basically do a report. And you can read the full report. It's actually available online. And they were able to get a lot of data from it. But right now, like there is two schools of field right now is that, there's like the lab leak theory, and then those are naturally occurring. A lot of lab leak theory is like they're saying, oh, well, there's this thing called a furin cleavage that came out. And they're saying that that's not natural, which is false. That's actually misinformation right there. Furin cleavages are actually natural in the beta coronavirus family. So that's a moot point right now. But I will not say that it's not 100% ruled out. I would say right now, 5% I would lean towards the lab leak theory, and 95% is a lot of evidence show that it's naturally occurring. And right now, we're still kind of like figuring out a lot of the different things about it. But unfortunately, right now, we're at the state where we just are at a roadblock where we need more data to really narrow down what the heck it was the original OG animal that caused the situation right now. It's like, so if anyone tells you like, oh, it was the pangolin or it was the bat, I'm like, really? Because I don't know anyone who knows it here. And the WHO, CDC, EMA, none of us knows. So it's a kind of a curious thing.
There you go. Thanks for that clarification. Moving into our next question, Inkheart asked, natural immunity has gotten so much recent popularity, along with researchers that have been carelessly incorrect. How can you explain to someone that natural immunity is not enough?
So, the thing about a natural immunity is that there's only very few groups of people who have a chance to develop a natural immunity. And so I won't say that it doesn't exist. Natural immunity does happen when you get COVID the first time. Now, how robust it is and how long it stays is, if you look at that, that's very small in terms of anything that lasts for a long time. The way I would quote it is like, imagine you're going out in a rainstorm, okay? You could have like a flimsy little umbrella that you'll go out there and it'll protect you for a little bit, right? And if you're lucky and you happen to get to your apartment in time before it breaks apart, and people know this, like your umbrella goes inside out and the spine breaks and everything, and you're like, okay, well, the hell with this umbrella. That's your natural immunity. As opposed to, let's say, like a really sturdy, expensive umbrella that, has like titanium like spine and everything. That's like the vaccine version of immunity. It can withstand a majority of the rain, and you can walk comfortably and not worry about it. It'll last you a long time. That's essentially what I would equate between I guess like in this case, like the natural immunity versus like a vaccine-induced immunity. It's not worth the risk counting on your natural immunity to protect you for a significant amount of time, and also making sure that it can protect you, especially with Delta. Delta is a different monster on its own. Like it could reproduce and replicate faster than any of the other viruses in terms of once it gets into your system and infects. It's very efficient. So it's better then, if that's the case right there, to rely on something that's a little bit more sturdy in this case and much more longer term, which is the vaccine in this case.
Got it. Well, I think that analogy hopefully helps, at least for people who need that explained. I think that's a great analogy with the umbrellas because, it's like you said, it's just so risky to just rely on natural immunity, which it's not guaranteed to really get to the point where that would be more effective than a vaccine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know what? And the thing is that like, and I won't try to discredit like natural immunity discussions either. There's actually been some good studies showing that if you have previous infections, just getting one shot of the vaccine, if it's a 2-dose, does significant protection. And it's pretty cool papers that are showing that. So, but obviously in this case, still like my recommendation is always, even if you've had COVID previously, get both shots. Get your full primer shots. It's much better to be safer than sorry. It has still shown safety and it's better for you in the long run.
There you go, folks. Got it. Awesome. Well, we have a next question here coming from Fish 866. Seeing as it doesn't seem like COVID will be going away anytime soon, do you think national vaccine passports will actually become a thing? So we did talk about this a little bit. Is there anything you wanted to add to this?
It's possible, especially with international travel, might have to be coming back. I mean, if you guys look at State Department's website right now in terms of traveling to different countries, like there's a lot of countries that I'm speaking from United States perspective, but a lot of countries are like, we don't want any U.S. citizens here, and and even if they do bring in U.S. citizen, you have to make sure that proof of vaccination, which is your vaccine passport, and you have to quarantine and things like that. I don't anticipate that will go away. So yes, it will be a very likely future. And be a very likely thing. So if you got your vaccine card, make sure you save that. Like I said, buy like one of those little classy little hand holders. I just ordered a Sailor Moon one. So,
Okay, there you go. They're making vaccine like holders, and I can't talk. It's getting stylish, kind of like the masks were.
I think that I don't know why people aren't doing I see people with plain black mask, and I'm like, there's some cool, beautiful designs out there. You could go crazy. I was like, go crazy, get creative,
Yeah, it's another way to express yourself.
Buy a snowlit mask,
Yeah, well, I don't have any, but we do have another question here coming from the chat. Slow Brewed Pot Noodles asks, is it true natural protection through broad effective, I'm not sure what broad effective means, might have to ask for clarification, works shorter and the vaccination works much longer?
Oh, I think I know what you mean. Slow Brew, let me know if I misconstrue your question, my answer. So it's not even just shorter too, it's also whether if it actually happens or not. It's inconsistent. That's the problem. And so even if let's say if it's shorter, sometimes you might not even mount a sufficient immune response that's good enough to protect you from a reinfection of Delta. Delta just happens to be a pretty damn efficient virus that if it happens to reinfect you again, it's going to basically break down that flimsy little wall that you built up with your natural immunity. If it was maybe the alpha variant, it might be enough to stop from something happening again. But with Delta, it's just a much different beast, like I said.
Got it. We have another question here coming in from chat. Level Up Lady asks, I see places saying they want a physical card or a digital that has the QR code. There's so many different apps, etc., but I'm worried to carry my physical card. Do you have a digital app that you recommend?
So several recommendations I actually have here. This refer to your state's health website. Make sure, and this is based on wherever you got your vaccine at. So let's say, so I got mine in New York State, but if I was, say, I got it in Maryland and then I moved to New York, I would refer to Maryland's website to make sure that because they will have the information on the state local database. So get that and look at their health department website, check out what they have in terms of digital apps. That's the recommended option. What I would do as well is, I think Office Depot or Staples, I forgot which company, but they offer a service where they can copy and laminate and shrink down your card to something you can put into your wallet. I suggest maybe taking a look into that, or making another copy that's safe for you, and then file the original one away. Make sure you also take a picture with your phone in a secure storage, and make sure that that's available as well. Have multiple versions of it, just as a safety thing. But in general, apps refer to your local state's health department and see what they have. I know for New York, they have this Excelsior or New York app or whatever. That's where I got it from. So I know that I could go there, and it was very easy. I literally just put in my name, days, and what doses I got, and it pulled up the exact lot number that I got the doses from. It was very accurate. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So that should be sufficient. So
awesome. Lots of good options there. You bringing up lamination kind of got me curious. I heard kind of like two sides of it. Some people were saying don't laminate because we might need booster shots, and they would fill it in on the same card. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, I wouldn't laminate it, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's something where they're gonna like we'll freak out about it. But I think there was concern about it originally, but I don't think it's the end of the world if you happen to just get it laminated. That being said, that's why like services like Office Depot and Staples, they offer like where they copy the card and then they can laminate it for you. And so you'll have like a separate copy that's laminated and everything for safe record keeping purposes. But in general, don't stress out too much about it.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Sweet. Yeah, like Ink is saying, I mean, I think Dr. Neuro brought it up earlier. You treat it like a social security card. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at that level at this point. Next question, moving on in our pre-submitted questions. Fish866 asked, not so much a question, but just wondering what your thoughts are on cities like New York and San Francisco requiring proof of vaccination to enter bars and restaurants and gyms, etc. Is it effective at mitigating the spread? Is it a viable long-term solution?
I don't know about long-term solution. I think that hopefully we get to a point where we don't need it. However, mitigating spread, I think it's a very good measure in terms of that. I don't disagree with that. I live in New York City right now, where we go to a lot of different venues. For example, I bought tickets to go see a Broadway show. They require proof of vaccinations on there, and I believe that should definitely be something that we would need to do in order to mitigate spread. So I just don't disagree with that approach.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Also, thank you, Slow Brood. Welcome back.
Oh, you're sticky. Okay, I was about to say. I was just like, oh.
There you go.
I like your name.
Yeah, I like your new name too. All right, next question comes from Inkheart. Inkheart asked, you've seen a lot of misinformation spread. I think that's like an understatement. You've seen so much misinformation. But when it comes to someone you might be extremely close to, like immediate family, that are dead set in their ways and just not willing to adjust, when do you say it's time to walk away from the fight and the discussion? This is presumably about getting the vaccine, is my assumption.
That's a very good question. I think this can apply to anyone who's like anti-climate change or whatever, or all these different things, global warming, vaccines. The way I tell people to assess really is if you're going to go into and you have a talk with folks like that, don't approach it like a debate. If you approach it like a debate, you're going to lose immediately. Most people who have those viewpoints, are very steadfast on those points. And I'm talking of like more like anti-vax territory, not the, hesitant group, like pure like folks who believe that, vaccines cause autism, that there's 5G are being implanted, like things like that. And I think the first thing really, when you first approach anyone like that is like, are they willing to have that discussion? And are they willing to be open-minded about that? You guys actually saw recently, I vetted that question earlier, where someone was talking about experimental. I'm like, well, how do you define experimental, and are you willing to have the discussion, right? That's how you always approach it. You always ask, are they willing to have the discussion? If they're not willing to have the discussion, which is their choice, they're adults. If they're not willing to have that type of talk, difficult talk, then it's time to walk away. And a lot of times, and if sometimes, like if it does happen to be where they do want to have that talk, and you present the facts, and they fight back against it, just say, okay, I'm presenting my thoughts and what I put together here. How you decide is up to you, and you leave it at that. There's nothing at that point right there. You can't force a decision factor right there, right? And that's why I say, like, don't ever approach it like a debate, because if you approach it like a debate, you're gonna want to sit there and you're gonna want to like buckle down and you're gonna dig deeper down your heels, and you guys are just gonna end up fighting back and forth, and that person is gonna end up being much more obstinate about their position because they feel like you're attacking. So in this case right here, where if you do come across someone who is like that, lay the facts out if they're willing to hear it, and leave it at that, and walk away. If you're there to argue, if you're there to have a debate, I'll tell you right now that you're going to lose right then and there, because 99% of those arguments and those discussions never end up being something where someone will truly try to change their mind, or that they're willing to listen, because it becomes a personal attack at that point. And that's what I see end up happening in a lot of these discussions.
Got it. That's a very good point, because I think, especially with people who are anti-vax and anti-science, they're already set with the way they view it, right? And they're not going to be as open to changing their opinion unless we kind of, I don't even know how to describe this, but yeah, laying out the facts and just like not go into the conversation looking to pick a fight, because I think a lot of people do, and that's why nothing gets through, So that's a very good point to bring up there. I like that. Next question here comes from Batch. Batch asked, do you happen to know why Novavax hasn't yet been submitted for EUA? I've heard the data is good and that they could probably get approved. So we need to know, 1, what is Novavax? And 2, what is being submitted to the EUA?
Novavax is a COVID vaccine that's been in development, and I've been excited about this technology for a while. It's a different one compared to the other ones. So we have the adenovirus ones, which are J&J and AstraZeneca. We have the mRNA one, which are Pfizer and Moderna. Novavax is a completely new one, which uses what we call a protein subunit technology. And it uses what we call a matrix adjuvant, which is not matrix resurrections like everyone likes to say, but it's basically there to stimulate the immune system. It's actually a very cool vaccine that can be produced quickly and very rapidly, and it's very cool. It's actually very awesome. It's like, if you actually look at the video, they actually use moth cells, egg cells, to produce like thousands and thousands and thousands of these like vaccine particles. It's really cool.
Does it have as long of a shelf life compared to the others?
It does. It actually is very shelf stable. It's very easy. It's one of the big vaccines that we're hoping to get, because it's going to be very international friendly, like we call it, because a lot of places in like Africa, for example, don't have access to a cold storage. So it's good to have or like a really super cold storage. So it's good to have like these options available, like Novavax. However, in terms of an EUA, I don't know what's going on with them. I've been begging for them to get their EUA. I've been like, can't wait. I think they've been having some issues with the FDA regarding some of their analysis of data, because they've made it more stringent. So for those of you who ever wants to doubt how difficult it is, it's very difficult. So I think they'll be passing it hopefully by the end of the year, but I doubt that we'll be seeing something like this until February, March of next year, which is a very unfortunate factor, because I think there's a lot of promise with that vaccine, and I would love to see Novavax out in the market, providing another option for everyone.
So I assume being submitted to the EUA is the first step to like conducting clinical trials. Is that right? Or
Well, in order to get it to EUA, you have to already have done like a good chunk of your clinical trials. So you would present that data to the FDA to apply for an EUA. And EUAs are essentially like they review like a good chunk of it, even though it's like not 100% complete. Like if you're like 75% of the way through, you present your data, you're like, hey, here's like what we've seen so far. Can we get an emergency use authorization? It's probably a little bit more than that. And what they'll do is like, they'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Like we'll give you emergency use authorization while you wrap up all your studies and then get all your shit together. Then once that's done, you can apply for a broad licensing, agreement. And that's like your full approval there. And that's what Pfizer did essentially for their portion, is that they did all their paperwork and they finally submitted everything, and they said, here's our full data. And it's all cleaned up and everything's ready and packaged to go. Can we get a full approval? And they did. Novavax just hasn't, they haven't even submitted their data for their package for an EUA approval. So I just don't know what might be holding it up. There's some speculation about it, but I would love to see their stuff out market.
We have an interesting comment here from Batch saying that he's heard stories of people that are vaccine hesitant being willing to take Novavax, and that's one reason he would love it out there. What sets Novavax apart from the existing vaccines?
Some have, because of the fact that there's still some distrust with the mRNA vaccine, and also with the adenovirus ones like J&J and AstraZeneca. They've unfortunately had a lot of bad press as of late because of the blood clots and some of the issues with that. So unfortunately, both of those have like their issues and concerns with from generally hesitant population. So bringing in Novavax would basically be like, hey, like it's also not a new technology, by the way, having a protein subunit vaccine, saying that this is a new one. It doesn't have any of the ingredients that makes you allergic in mRNA. It's also a newer technology. It doesn't seem to have like much of a side effect yet from what we've seen. We might get more people vaccinated from that purpose. So
Okay. Gotcha. We do have a question here from chat coming from Fifi asking, "Hi, Dr. Neuro. We have 868 cases of Delta COVID here in one area in New Zealand, Auckland, with downward cases and total lockdown because of Delta. You have one chance hoping for 0 cases. We've done it before. Can we do it again with Delta?"
with New Zealand, I say yes, because one of the great things about New Zealand that I hope that the rest of the world can do is New Zealand and South Korea, they do a phenomenal job of contact tracing, testing like crazy, and really doing great surveillance and monitoring. Obviously for that fact that they are able to identify cases so quickly. I think it's doable. I think it's certainly very manageable, and I think you guys will definitely be able to get out of it. Will it happen again? Maybe. But there's some discussions about New Zealand's, the way they're approaching it. But obviously, like in this case right here, for your question, whether if we can do it again with Delta, I think you can. I think it's manageable. But we'll see how New Zealand approaches it down the line.
Yeah, there you go. I remember, hearing like New Zealand had it all on like locked. It was awesome. Just seeing that they kind of had a normal life down there compared to us in the U.S. And so it was very interesting to hear that. We'll see how things go from there. Thank you for asking, Fifi. So moving into our next question, this is kind of a 2-part here because Pixelated had kind of a paragraph to explain. So it is kind of split into 2 messages, but I will read it out. So Pixelated says, "Right now, I think the most frustrating thing going on in terms of this pandemic is the public rejection of science. People refusing to listen to medical experts, then ironically seeking out medical experts when their life is literally on the line. This isn't a miscommunication or misunderstanding of policy. This seems to be a fundamental failure of our education system. How do we solve this?" And then there's a second section. "What can we do when huge portions of our society are living in a completely separate plane of reality, when their actions or inaction has huge consequences on everyone else? This is a bit of a big question and may not even have any sort of definitive answer. But I'm exasperated and often ashamed of the world around me right now, and these are some of the thoughts going through my head."
So I'm going to provide a joke answer first. We need to bring in Doctor Strange to, make sure that those people are back to our regular reality plane in order to solve this issue.
Right?
That's a joke answer. The actual answer, so the first question with regards to your education system, it's hard. It's a very difficult situation because it's not even just the education system. We also see a fundamental problem with certain scientists and medical experts out there that spread misinformation. It's taken a while, but finally, a lot of organizations are stepping up to say that if you are a doctor or if you are a practicing doctor and you practice misinformation, there goes your license, or you get suspended, or you get fined. And there's also some scientists that are out there that unfortunately fuel this as well. We have that nurse that's out there who was behind the whole magnetic vaccine thing, and nurse, you'll know her as Tenpenny. Nurse Tenpenny. she's been out there promoting that, and there's a lot of people that are out there that are promoting misinformation constantly, and it's always stems back to them, and it's very hard to combat because they just have a very rabid base that's willing to go blindly and spread this information. And the problem is that they're scientists too. So what they do is that they mix in scientific lingo and scientific facts with dribbles of like misinformation. So it seems like when you're reading it, you're like, oh, this sounds legit. It's got a lot of complicated words. This has to be true. And that's actually how they work a lot, is like they do that, and they'll produce papers that are shitty, and they come out with it. And it becomes a problem with that. There's also some communication in terms of the fact that there's a lot of, some scientists out there. I won't say if they're shitty or not, because I don't know, I can't tell. But there are some scientists out there who do poor studies that try to debunk bad science, but they end up doing bad science themselves. And the example would be there was a study that was done recently with ivermectin, which, as everyone knows, it's the horse dewormer, antiparasitic drug. But you can also take it as a human, by the way. Ivermectin there's a human dosage level as well. So there was a study that was done in Nigeria, and someone published this paper, and of course the news outlets got it, and they were panicking and saying like, oh my God, taking prolonged ivermectin makes men sterile. And like I actually wrote a long thread about this. I was like, so no, it doesn't. They showed that, one, the population was an issue. The clinical, no one takes ivermectin for that long. If they do, that's a bigger issue. And also like there was no control comparison. There was nothing, you can't contrast people who got ivermectin versus who didn't. There was no comparison. And it was a badly done study. But of course, the news outlet got it, and they said, oh my God, if you take ivermectin, you're going to be sterile. And I'm like, as much as I hate people using ivermectin for COVID, that's not correct for that purpose. And so I think so from a top level perspective, there's bad science that's fueling a lot of the misinformation. Now, when we get to the education aspect, I fully agree too, because we have a fundamental issue with how our education system has been essentially supported, especially with STEM education. Like every administration, we try to tackle this by using more money, doing more stuff, and they fail to realize that bringing in more teachers to the workforce and bringing more, making sure that the system is supporting them, is doing that, and it's not helping. It's that we're not providing a united front for a lot of these STEM professors to bring in, and it's a problem that we're still facing, and it's even more so evident with COVID now, especially with a lot of them. So we're having issues with that, and society as well. It's just going to be a problem with kind of addressing that. I don't know if it's a problem that's going to be tackled in our lifetime. Everyone who's in chat right now, like that's the unfortunate discussion we're going to have here, is that, unfortunately, this takes a lot of political will. It takes a lot of money. It takes a united approach. It's kind of like our healthcare system, really, honestly. I hate to say it. I hate to bring that in. Fix our healthcare system. I truly do believe this. I think we need to dismantle everything and start from the ground up again, because it's so convoluted right now that it's hard to address all the issues. The same thing of our education system. I think that there's just a lot of problems that have been ingrained and have been carried forward, and we have not addressed it. We've just been putting Band-Aid solutions and throwing money at it, hoping that it goes away. And I don't think it's going to happen within our lifetime. But in terms of your second question, I don't know. I really don't know. I think many of the issues with a lot of the folks that we do deal with, who are in what you refer to as like kind of like different planes of reality. I think a lot of times we have to address the big elephants in the room, is that look at their local state leaders and things like that. DeSantis, Abbott, in Texas, and like all these people who are out there who are actively attacking scientific institutions and LDAF for purposes of gain, and it unfortunately inhibits a lot of how we're able to progress in a lot of these places, and unfortunately it fuels a lot of fire within the organization. And I don't know how to address that problem. I really don't. Like this is something like multidisciplinary, like that will take years of work to get to that point where I think we could fix it. But like I said, my honest opinion, and this is not a educated, like data-driven answer, is that I just don't think we're going to get to a point in our lifetime where we're going to see something like that.
Yeah, I agree. It's just really sad because it is very convoluted. It's not just, there's no simple fix, you know, there's so many different parts to it and so many different just parties that need to be, as you said, on a united front. And
Yeah.
it's hard. I don't know. It's just really hard.
Yeah.
So that was a great question, Pixelated. Thank you for sharing that. Sleepy is our next question. Sleepy also asked, with all the negative and sensational news surrounding COVID-19, what are the news and developments that give you hope for the future?
The most recent one, I'll tell you right now, Moderna just developed a super cool vaccine that has the flu, COVID, and the RS virus all combined into one vaccine. That's actually pretty cool, and I think there's a lot of potential for mRNA vaccines that I saw, and it's such a cool platform, and I hope to see some great work come out of it. We're already seeing a lot of applications that are being done for cancer research, HIV, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, some promising results from there. I think, our tech, one of the great examples and unfortunate byproduct of the COVID pandemic is that it was a demonstrable example of what happens when we pump as much money as we can possible and throw every resource we can. Nothing can stop us from developing a solution. We developed a vaccine in less than a year based on a lot of this stuff. And we did it in a safe way too. So if anyone is going to be like, well, we developed that too fast. We actually did. We developed it fast, but we did it safely. We did it well. And it's a good example of a situation and hopefully like a paradigm down the line that, we can learn from this, that, as a humankind, put our minds together, we can solve any problem. And I truly do believe that, not to get on like a soapbox about it, and this includes diseases, global climate change, and things like that. I think we can do it if we're a united front. So I think COVID-19, as much as it hurts us, it really brought us together as humanity to fix and solve a problem that was plaguing mankind.
Yeah, I had no idea about that, like triple vaccine in one from Moderna. That's awesome. I hope to see that too. Like I had
Yeah.
no idea, but you're right. They're in the end, this was all developed, safely with all the
Mhm.
proper measures in place. It's just because, as mentioned in our previous talks as well with Dr. Neuro, everyone everywhere just threw money at this. Like it was really kind of cool to see, honestly. So many people from so many different countries in general just kind of were like, yeah, let's go. Let's fund this
Mhm.
research. Let's get it rolling. And
Mhm.
I'm excited for that. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Awesome. So we're getting down to the final. We have 5 questions left.
Oh
Oh,
my God, I never
snap.
thought we would get to the final five.
I love it though. Again, chat, thank you all for asking questions. If you think of anything, you're still welcome to ask. We are still looking at chat and reading questions from there too. But our next question comes from Batch asking or saying, I feel very exhausted from this thing. I think we all do. I felt like we had a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's feeling less and less like there is one. Do you think we're heading out of this anytime soon?
I don't know if anytime soon, but I know that there's an end. If that helps. I do believe that there is an end to this tunnel. Um, you know, and I think what we do this year, how we go about this year, and actually, I think the next 2 years, actually, not just this year, excuse me, the next 2 years will shape the next 3 decades of our existence as people living with this pandemic. So, um, do we have a light at the end of the tunnel? Sure. Can I tell you how far away it is? I don't know. that's hard to say. At the beginning of the year, I said that there might have been without the Delta in the picture, but now with Delta, that it definitely provides a much. It definitely pushed us back like a few steps. And obviously, with global vaccine inequity, it still makes it's a significant challenge. So, how we address that issue, how we make sure that everyone gets vaccinated, can easily speed us up towards the end of the finish line. But we just need to do more on that front.
Got it. I like that. Fingers crossed. Next question also comes from Batch, and I guess it kind of goes off of Sleepy's question, but it covers more categories. Let's look on the bright side of things. What are positive takeaways we'll have from this pandemic in science, medicine, government, and overall society?
I think I covered that in my last statement earlier, but I think, from science perspective, we definitely made some significant strides in it. And we also showed, examples of well-funded research and having all hands on deck, what it can happen. Medicine, same thing in conjunction with that. Government.
Yeah.
I think for some governments, I'm being very liberal in that statement, some governments learn to work better together to ensure coordination of resources. But I think that one is a little bit more disappointing. So I'll skip that one. Overall society, I think a lot of us learn more compassion. And I think that's a good thing too, right? We've learned to be much more compassionate about many folks. For example, one of the many things I actually take away from this is that immunocompromised people were never a big thing back until COVID. Until COVID came into the picture, a lot of people came out of the woodwork saying I'm immunocompromised. And a lot of people were like, oh, what does that mean? And then it could even mean anyone who has type 1 diabetes. That you're technically immunocompromised from that. And so, there's a lot of things that I think from a society aspect that we learn much more about ourselves that this pandemic has brought. And it made us actually cherish much more about the things that we did, such as having larger gatherings, having friends gathering and all this stuff. It made us much more appreciative about the social cells that we developed over time as humans. And so I think that hopefully once we get, I'm not saying if, I'm saying once we get out of this pandemic, that we can finally be all together and celebrating at TwitchCon together and not have to worry about a pandemic,
Mm-hmm. I will also add to that I think the pandemic kind of also taught people to wash their hands more regularly. I mean, I don't know why that wasn't a thing, So I feel hopefully people have made that a habit at this point, that it's just second nature. They don't even think about it and they just wash their hands when they come back in from leaving the house, right? Or another thing as well I want to add, so many just companies, businesses, organizations are able to work remotely. That is something I think a lot of places just they weren't about it. I mean, they always thought, people would slack off or whatever. But if anything, we've been able to actually get through with pretty much a lot of these organizations that never did remote work. We've been able to get through it. They've survived it. If anything, some companies have been more productive because of remote work. And so I think it's really cool to see just on a this huge across so many industries, all these companies embracing remote work, which we've never seen at this level. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really cool, personally.
Absolutely. So, I agree. Well said.
Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, I love it. So third to the last question here. Oh, snap. This was also a question from me. I asked, what more can fully vaccinated folks do to do their part, quote unquote, in helping us end the pandemic as a global community? Because I dare say a lot of people in the Snow Army, in our community here, a lot of us are already vaccinated. And I think, like Batch mentioned, like Pixelated mentioned, we're all tired. But what more can we do, right? What would you suggest?
show that you can lead a normal life with friends and show that, show the benefits of being vaccinated. We can do a lot of great things. Like, one of the many things I love being able to say is that, like, because I'm vaccinated and because my family are vaccinated, I can go see them this holiday. I can like celebrate Christmas with them. I can, exchange gifts. I can hug them, like something I never thought I could do without risk of worrying of them getting contracted with the virus. And that's something that I don't think that unvaccinated people, I think one of the many things that we've seen is that situation. Especially, one of the also things that I like to demonstrate too is that, like, I am healthy. Like, I'm healthy, I'm thriving, I look gorgeous. So, it's like, one of those things I tell people that, like, where, having just showing that you're living your life to the fullest, even being vaccinated, helps so many people shape their vision about that. And it helps to do that. So that's from an indirect perspective. From a direct perspective, I think, one of the many things we can do better is doing research on our own if we can, and good research too. Reaching out, asking questions. Like, don't close your eyes to what's going on with the COVID pandemic, even after vaccinated. Like, it's unfortunate. I know it's hard for a lot of folks to talk about it because it's such an impactful thing. But if you can have the opportunity to, like, make sure you're open to kind of like keeping pace with what's going on with the pandemic and what's going on, because it does help, especially if you ever come across a situation where you're challenged on your views, that you're able to speak in an eloquent manner, if it's obviously a safe space to do it. But it's good to make sure that you still maintain that worldly perspective. I think, and this is me saying that, like, for folks who are very worried about it, like, who said I do get anxiety from it. I'm not telling those folks to do that, because I do try to be respectful of that. But if you have the capacity to, make sure you keep posts on it. If you're tired, take a break. Have a digital break from social media. It really does help, and I mean this as someone who literally took a vacation in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, no internet reception. It did wonders for me, because I stepped away from everything and I focused on other stuff that was going on, and it does help. And find ways to as well to support people too who are in the field as well. And this is not me telling you guys to support me, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, for those who are working in the healthcare industry, who are working in public health research, those who do work in infectious disease, or those who do work in as techs who are willing to get vaccinated in hospitals, find ways to support them. Like, you'd be surprised, a lot of them, like, they appreciate, like, hey, like, I know that your work is tough, I acknowledge it, and we're cheering you on. Like, I know it's kind of like vapid in some sense, but it does mean a lot to me when I'm I go to a Starbucks in my scrubs, and the person behind the stand tells me, like, hey, like, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Like, it gives me the warm fuzzies still, like, I hate to say it, like, and I know some of my colleagues are like, well, that doesn't mean anything. I'm like, it does mean something to us to some extent. So I guess that's kind of like the general thing. Like, really, if you want monetary reasons to support, there are a lot of organizations such as the WHO, COVAX. There are different local organizations to support, food banks and things like that. Support them. Make sure that they're supported as well. A lot of them got hit pretty hard, so, like, especially during the pandemic, make sure that they're still able to help the most vulnerable populations in our country as well.
Thank you. I love it. Lots of really good suggestions there. But yeah, taking breaks is really important. And I think, it is good to stay informed. But remember, doom scrolling is a thing. So don't doom scroll. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help anyone. We have a couple questions coming in from chat here, though. Nukapi asked, feel free to laugh as I ask this, but a vaccinated system is not hereditary, is it? Like someone who's vaccinated passing it on to their child.
No, that's a very good question. So there has been some situation. We have noted that for a woman who's pregnant with a child who got the vaccination, actually passed. It's not hereditary, by the way, excuse me. So that's a good question. It's not bad. It's not. I'm not laughing at that. But they did manage to pass some antibodies to the fetus as a result of it, what we call vertical transmission. So that did happen. So it is possible, but obviously that child only gets that antibodies for like a finite amount of period. It's not like they're forever protected. So it does happen.
Awesome. I think it was my team lead at my other job mentioned that his wife was breastfeeding their child and thinks that antibodies pass through breast milk. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if you have a comment on that.
There has been some. There's some in some cases as well for that as well. So the antibodies produced from the mother is also present in the milk as well. So we do see vertical transmission and then also from the breast milk as well. But beyond that, I've not followed too much beyond that detail. So I will not be able to answer that eloquently.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any fact to that. Because I heard that, just earlier this week and I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Another question here coming in from Makionio saying, in Toronto, there was a new COVID variant identified called Mu. Is this something we should be worried about spreading like the Delta variant?
No. It's already being outcompeted by Delta. If any news outlet is telling you that Mu is going to be the next variant, they are severely wrong. We've already seen the area where it was originated from, which was Colombia. It's already being whooped right now by Delta. So Delta is supreme queen for now, and it's right now. That's why it's only a variant of interest, not a variant of concern. So don't worry right now, based on what you're hearing so far. I severely don't think it's not going to be anything like we're going to have to ever worry about.
Cool. Thank you. We're getting to our final two questions here. Mortate asked, how are you personally doing with everything? Mental health-wise, physical health-wise, otherwise?
I love that your community always asks me at the end. They're
Honestly, we love you here, Dr. Neuro. I'm just going to point that out. We love you here.
I'm fine. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I actually was very peeved about many things I wanted to do, where I was I wanted to do something with front page and everything and all that stuff on Twitch, but I started worrying about the safety of my own, because my husband is on freaking Twitter as well, and he's also very open, and it doesn't take much for someone to decide to attack, dox us or do anything, and I don't want to risk that. So I do live in fear sometimes from a lot of stuff that goes on, especially like I said, I get death threats almost every day. It's not fun, and I highly doubt most of them will ever act upon it, knocking on wood. But I think that it gets exhausting to the point where we hopefully, I guess for me, I have to step away from things once in a while, and I do that. I recognize that I have to do that once in a while. And physical wise, I'm still glowing, so that's all that matters. And I'm still eating healthy. I'm still working out as much as I can. I think right now it's a lot of just exhaustion from mental strain from a lot of this work. Just to kind of prep this to everyone, I've actually been working a lot. I had to take a step break from COVID because I was doing a lot of work with the Afghan refugee situation, because we had a lot of Afghan refugees being processed recently because of the whole evacuation there. And that was very exhausting, but it was nice to step away from COVID work for a little bit. But it's never ending. It's never ending. And I do get questions from many folks on a daily basis. And I'm happy. I love it. I really do. If I ever come off snarky or if I ever come off short, it's not because of that. It's just, I get a lot of questions, and I'm always happy to answer them. And it takes, it does take a lot of energy. So short answer to your question. Sorry, I realized I was rambling. I'm tired, but I'm fine.
That's good. Yeah, we definitely love you here, and we can only imagine what you have to go through literally every day, every week, every month, but we definitely want to thank you and make sure you know that we appreciate just how much you're doing, and especially for you to also take time to sit down with us and chat with us and answer everything that we have to ask. I think that's just, it shows you have a huge heart, and you're really you just want people to know the truth and to help. And I just love it, and we love you, and I just want to make sure that you know that we appreciate everything you do. So thank you,
appreciate
Dr.
it.
Neuro.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you again for making this space. I know you came up to me and you're like, will you be willing to do another one? I was like, yes, girl, I'm happy to do another one. And I was like sitting here, I was like, what is Batch gonna ask me this time? But you have a lovely community that's willing to ask some of the difficult questions. You guys had some amazing questions, and I think everyone who was hesitant that brought in some of what they thought was embarrassing questions on here, that was not embarrassing at all. I think every question that was asked tonight is a legitimate question. Like, you'd be surprised as to how many people come up and ask me still about, hey, is it possible for the vaccine to have 5G? And they're asking seriously, but I appreciate that because it tells me that you're comfortable and trustworthy enough to come to me to ask that question and let me break down the science for you. And I say thank you for that reason.
Oh, yay. I love it. So this I guess this question was added late, so but it's a good one to kind of wrap up on. But Rastra asked, if you're already vaccinated, should you get the booster shot when it's available?
We covered that earlier. If you are definitely in the immunocompromised group, if you're elderly, I don't want to assume people's age here, definitely get that as soon as possible. If you are in a healthy population and it is available to you, like if you do see that it's available, I don't say stress about getting it, but if you want to get it, get it. I'm not going to tell you not to. I personally, because of the fact that I do work with patients, I will get the booster for that reason. But if I was just at home all the time teleworking, which happens many times, I would probably not. I would probably wait a little bit until I feel that it's possible. But if it becomes available and it's available in your local pharmacy nearby and you can schedule it, get it. Just get it. It doesn't hurt to do it, and it's not going to be something too big of a lift. And it's something of a privilege too, really. If you have the availability of a booster, that and don't feel like getting a booster is going to take away shots from another country. That's not going to happen. Especially here in a lot of different countries. So I know a lot of people were concerned about that, but I don't think that that's the case. That's two separate issues.
There we go. Love it. Level Up Lady actually had a question jumping off of that. They said to wait 8 months for your third shot. Is this true for immunocompromised people?
Well, if you're immunocompromised, you probably got the shot early enough that it will qualify you for the 8 months. But if you didn't, I believe that you're still qualified to get it regardless. So I would consult with your physician. Your physician. You can tell I'm starting to lose my brain matter. You consult with them to make sure that you can get it. Then most likely would just be get it, or maybe wait a month or whatever. But I would probably recommend you get it. So.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, that concludes all our questions. I don't have any more now.
We got through 20. I really was surprised. I was just we're going to have a part 2.
I know. I thought we were too, but we got through them all. I did emphasize to people to watch the first 2 parts because we covered some great information in the first 2 parts, and I didn't want to just repeat that. So, thank you to everybody who did. And we got some really good questions in. There have been so many developments just in the past 4 to 5 months from with COVID and the vaccines and the pandemic. I think the last time we spoke was in May, and that was before the Delta variant really shot off to where it is now. Yes. I think it was just starting back then, right?
Yeah, I think around May timeframe. My timelines are getting muddled up a little bit. I think that was when it was starting to kick off at that point, or we started seeing more of a presence, really. So
yeah,
it's very crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with everything medical related, science related stuff changes so quickly in such a short time, right?
It sure does. Yeah, I think we're done. But I think if I was gonna have a closing message, I guess for the most part, let me think. Don't worry about the new variants. First thing, don't worry about the new variants. The vaccines are working. And go to Project N95. Buy yourself a rapid test kit. Rapid test, rapid test, rapid test. Please, if you can, get a chance, buy one and buy a good quality mask. Project N95. Make sure you have that ingrained into your memory. Share it with friends. Share it with family members. Get that in there. So.
Yes. Thank you for that. Batch requested I read some of our appreciation comments from chat here, so prepare yourself.
Oh dear.
Standby says, so much appreciation, Dr. Neuro. Fifi says, we appreciate you. You really helped me today. Thank you. Inkheart said, I'm so glad I could get to spend tonight with this. Dr. Neuro, you are amazing and so strong for all that you do. Sleepy says, I love these talks. Every time I come up with more knowledge, and that is the most precious gift of all. Let's see. Alice says, thanks to the both of you. This was nice. Hasha says, thank you so much for all of your time and insight, Dr. Neuro. And thank you, sirs, for setting this up. This was so good. Yeah, this has been really good. Nukapi says, I feel educated. And thank you again, Nukapi, for asking and voicing some of your doubt in a respectful way and being so open to actually learning here today. I think that just speaks volumes about you in general and your character. So, thank you for taking time and being open to learning. And that goes for everyone here. I hope you all did learn something because Dr. Neuro, he breaks it down for us, for those of us who have no idea anything about science, in a way that's easy for us to understand and to feel reassured because, it's just really nice to have someone who understands and really wants to reach out to people who just don't know, right? So thank you, Dr. Neuro. Go follow him on Twitch. By the way, don't forget he's streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so you all should go and hang out with him tomorrow. I'm just saying. Follow him on Twitter especially. I think Dr. Neuro, Twitter is your preferred kind of go here. This is where you should, right? Because he tweets a lot, shares a lot of resources, also dispels a lot of misinformation on Twitter.
I sure do. And I share lots of my very wonderful, esteemed colleagues' tweets. So there's some pretty cool people I follow and they follow me back. So I'm very blessed to have some amazing colleagues on there. And if you see me retweet them, like calling them, giving them great shout outs, give them a follow too. They're absolutely stunning scientists that are on there doing some amazing work on the research and development that's on COVID and things that are in the hospital as well. So
awesome. Well, want to give a big thank you, Dr. Neuro, again, for just taking time to sit with us. We have so much love for you here. I'll probably reach out again in a few months if you're available to do another follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I always am happy when you are willing to DM and ask me to come on.
Yeah, well, we definitely love you. And we appreciate everything you do. So, yeah, I guess that's a wrap pretty much.
Alrighty.
Yeah, everybody, thank you all for tuning in again. The VOD will be available later. I'll put it up on YouTube as well. But again, go follow Dr. Neuro on Twitch and Twitter. Go to his stream tomorrow. That's your homework assignment. We didn't actually have a pop quiz or a test, but your homework assignment is to go to Dr. Neuro's stream tomorrow to hang out.
We're talking about long COVID tomorrow, so be prepared.
Yeah. There you go. So, awesome. Well, thank you again, Dr. Neuro. You get some good rest. I know you're tired from working today as well. Thank you again. And I'll speak with you soon.
See you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. Hold on, everybody. Oh, I should probably go to this screen. Oh, I did it. We did it. Hold on. I got to turn on the lights. Well, the lights aren't working. They're partially working. Damn it. Let me go press that light. It's a different camera. 1 second. this happens sometimes where my key lights just disconnect. Alrighty, folks. Can this turn on yet? No? This is like my little wrap-up bit. Just waiting for my light to reconnect. Alright. Where's the light? There's the light. Hey, I'm here. Yeah, it's a different camera from what I was using. Oops. Ah. Loud noises. Oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, everyone, please, again, go follow Dr. Neuro. But yeah, that was awesome. That was a really just super informative, super awesome stream, super awesome session with Dr. Neuro. He's in East Coast, of course, so it's kind of late for him, and I'm sure he's gonna go pass out soon. But yeah. So that was part 3 of our discussion. If you missed it, I'll be cutting this VOD to put on YouTube. Yes, please, yeah, go eat. Oh yeah, we went through your dinner time. I just realized. We went through like your dinner time. Well, thank you. Please go eat, get some sleep. We love you. Get some good rest. And again, everybody, you have a homework assignment to go to Dr. Neuro's stream tomorrow. Because I'm not streaming tomorrow, remember? Hey, Dr. Neuro, before you pass out, what time are you starting your stream tomorrow? Eastern time. Let us know. I actually don't know. 11 a.m. Eastern? Okay. There we go. 11 a.m. Eastern. That is 8 a.m. Pacific time. So, go. Do it. Tune in. That's your homework assignment. And you all better. Dr. Neuro will tell me if you didn't do your homework. Don't get caught not doing your homework. That was awesome. But yeah, thank you all again. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, coffee chat, exactly. Technology's been troubling you all day too, Junior. That was awesome, more Tate. Oh, thanks so much for doing this. You feel like you can actually step into life with a bit more confidence and knowledge. I'm really happy to hear that. Like, I really think that it's just a great opportunity to learn literally from an expert, like I said. And it's just an awesome opportunity, you know, and it's a great way for us all to learn together in a comfortable environment with each other, you know, within our community, right? And again, I just really appreciate Dr. Neuro taking time to do that, to like, you know, sit with us and chat with us. Because, you know, as you know, he's very busy, but he still makes time to help people understand and to help people learn. So I really appreciate that. Other than that, I'm pretty much done. So I'm not planning to play any games or anything. But thank you all again. This was awesome. Yeah, it was a great stream. Exactly. And again, if you missed the first 2 parts, because some of you probably just discovered the stream recently, in April and May we did our first 2 parts. Go watch those. They're on YouTube. If you learned a lot from tonight, trust me, you'll learn a lot from the first 2 parts as well. So please go watch those. We covered a lot of the basics, a lot of the discussions about just general COVID. Tonight's stream was focused especially on the developments since, you know, in the last 4 to 5 months. And so yeah, go do it. If you just want to learn, go do it. It's a great thing to do. You're sleeping again tomorrow, Bash. You'll watch his VOD. Oh, good night, Ooze. Thanks again for asking questions and tuning in. You're all wonderful. Thank you, Batch. Hey, AFX. Yeah, no worries. If you missed the stream, it's okay. The VOD will be available and you'll be able to watch it on YouTube because I'll send this over to YouTube. You know what else is awesome? You, streamer. You're awesome. Oh, thanks, Sleepy. You're all awesome. Thank you, Hasha. Thank you, Venias. Thank you, Slow Brood. You're all wonderful. I had a ton of fun. Again, I just feel so, like Sleepy was saying, you know, you come away from these discussions just full of new knowledge, you know, and it really is such a gift to just learn and to just kind of have some reassurance in getting the facts, you know, because I think it's easy for us all to get lost in that sensationalism that we read on the news, that we see like on YouTube or on in our emails from like news reports and stuff. Like, it can be very overwhelming. It can be very, I don't know, it's okay to be afraid, right? And so I think tuning into these sorts of discussions, and especially with Dr. Neuro, is a way to help kind of reassure yourself, reassure, you know, everyone around you as well, that like, yeah, this is the way it actually is, and to not feed into that sensationalism or that kind of fear-mongering, really, where, you know, the whole point of those news headlines is to get a reaction, even if it's wrong, even if it's not real, like, actual factual information. So yeah, hopefully this helped all of you. And again, you can always refer people to these videos. Again, they'll be on YouTube if you want, you know, to get like your family members to understand as well. Fifi, yeah, no problem. I'm happy to help. Thank you, Slow Brood. Thank you, Chicken Nugget. Thank you, Wowzers. No, honestly, it's a huge thanks to Dr. Neuro, and I'm glad that he's just so receptive to coming on to the show to just chat. You know, in the end, we wouldn't have this without him, you know, so I do really appreciate you all are also interested in learning too. It's 2:30 a.m. Junior? You're working at 7. Oh no, yeah, go get some sleep. I'm gonna wrap up here anyway. So, yeah, the news media don't have your best interests in mind. Exactly. Remember that 24-hour media was created to cover wars, but they still need the ratings when there's no active war. Ain't that the truth? Anyway, folks, I'm gonna wrap up here. I'll be back on Monday. I'm not streaming this weekend. Like I said, you have a homework assignment to go watch Dr. Neuro tomorrow. But I'll be back on Monday. I'll post the week's schedule sometime this weekend. But Monday should be Immortals Phoenix Rising, doing the Lost Gods DLC. I'm going to be streaming all the weekdays next week, because I can't do any weekends in September, sadly. So, going to be doing Immortals next week, as well as Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Yakuza 5. Just continuing the usual 3. I think the week after is where I'm going to dive into Kenna Bridge of Spirits, because it comes out on the 21st. So I'll be looking into that. 21st is not next week, is it? Is the 21st next week? No, it's the week after. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, yeah, the week after. So that's when I'll be diving into that. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna go and chill now because I learned a lot and my brain kind of needs to chill. Thank you, Junior. Have a good day at work. Have a good weekend. I'll see you soon. Thank you, Slow Brood. Thank you, Wowzers. Thank you, Sleepy, Batch, Chicken Nugget, Junior, Vinius, Fifi, Hotshot, AFX if you're still here, Batch, Mortate, Cora, Alice. Thank you all, seriously. I'll see you all soon. If you're brand new to the channel and you just got here tonight, I actually stream video games. I do a lot of action adventure RPGs and story-driven games, usually lots of first playthroughs. I'm working on the Yakuza series, as well as Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Immortals Phoenix Rising. And usually I stream 4 to 5 days a week, and we just have a lot of fun here. Chill vibes, great conversations, and just a lot of good stuff. Good times. Oh, thank you, Tad. I'm glad you got to drop in for a bit. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday then. Thank you all so much. Be safe. Enjoy your weekends, and I hope to see you here next week. If you do have 5 minutes to spare, feel free to stick around. I'm going to run some ads during the ending screen. All you have to do is turn off your ad blocker and then wait for the stream to go offline by itself. If you don't have time for that, don't sweat it. Feel free to follow all the social media. They were pulled up in chat. I would usually point like this whenever, but I'm on the wrong screen. Whatever. Anyway, follow all the social media. Join us on Discord if you wish. But otherwise, I will see you all on Monday. You're all fantastic. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. Be kind. Get vaccinated. All right? I'll see you all soon. Have a good night and a good weekend. Bye, everybody.